savages. No, you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battled me, they falling like an avalanche. Got them falling back to back. Take them all just hand in hand. Y'all going home, so better pack your bags. I'm a heavy hitter, come take a sip of this potion. Float like a butterfly, I'm floating like the ocean. Battle cries of music to my ears, I'm the composer. Y'all can never hurt me, got you wilting like the roses. Bring your best man, have him spinning like a ceiling fan. Climb to the top of all mountains. Make me the boss of all bosses. Climb to the top of all mountains. Make me the boss of all bosses. Better, I'm stronger, I'm faster, okay? Found a new style that I needed to check. Found me some strength that got me through the day. Trained and I train, now I'm ready to play. This beginner is a master, if not I've been on the way. I've been climbing up the ladder, now it's time to beat the game. Won't let you forget, you better remember the name. Cause I'm headed to the top and got nothing else to say. One check, two, you ain't first, you lose. One check, two, you ain't first, you lose. Quick 1, 2, you'll be the first to lose. Knock you right out, let my clock hit snooze. Ridiculous, cause my build is so different. All my fear, I got rid of it. I'm a product that's limited. Different ability, better step up your stamina. When I step into the ring, I turn from human to animal. Straight to the top, that's exactly where I'm headed. I'm the best that ever did it. When I said it, I meant it. It's the end like appendix for all of my competition. I'm the best that ever did it. When I said it, I meant it. Okay. It's a rap like some bandages, the winner is unanimous. I'm quicker than the flashes from the lights on the cameras. Oh, you the best? Well, that's big cap. I could take you standing on my back. Don't listen to the chatter or any of the commotion. Where your life go or your boy got it stolen. Hit harder than a rock and I watch you get eroded. I am the one that's been destined, I've been chosen. Bring your best man, have him spinning like a ceiling fan. Climb to the top of all mountains. Make me the boss of all bosses. Climb to the top of all mountains. Make me the boss of all bosses. I got fists, got feet, I got brains. Y'all say y'all all get slept. Beat of the cheetahs and balance the cranes. Need the win, man, forget all the praise. My words hitting harder than your sticks and stones. I'ma need the gold like a herringbone. A challenger, no challenge, man, you got to go. I'll be sitting on it while you watch the throne. One check, two, you ain't first, you lose. One check, two, you ain't first, you lose. Quick 1, 2, you be the first to lose. Knock you right out, let my clock hit snooze. Limitless, I got drive like a dealership. Let's kill it and settle it, blur you out like a censorship. I'm a king, undisputed when I step into the ring. I don't worry about the drama when I hear the bell ding. I do need a go, homie, look at the wins. I'm a great, I'm a go, a phenomenal thing. No, you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battled me, they falling like an avalanche. Got them falling back to back. Take them all just hand in hand. Y'all going home, so better pack your bags. I'm a heavy hitter, come take a sip of this potion. Float like a butterfly, I'm floating like the ocean. Battle cries of music to my ears, I'm the composer. Y'all can never hurt me, got you wilting like the roses.
Hey, chat. How you doing? Welcome. How you doing? Sorry, I'm just in a completely dog shit mood because I was getting ready for stream and Bath was blasting this TikTok of Jack Black in the Minecraft movie edited to be caramel dancing. And so I'm just in a terrible mood now. So I'm sorry to start streaming such a negative note, but I'm just real livid right now. I'm real mad. I was hearing through the wall as I was starting stream. Can we see it? No, absolutely not. Get that shit away from me. No, it's gonna get the VOD claimed. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It's muted. It's muted. It's bad. It's really, really bad. It's really, 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 really bad. He's like, la 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 la, chicken jockey done. I'm like, this sucks so bad. Get the fuck out of my office. Get out of here. Anyway, I'm having a bad day, chat. How you doing? Happy Friday. Reason enough to ban TikTok, right? I'm in favor of it now. Anyway, we're back. Welcome back to hell. We got Miles, we got Kay, we got Gubstreet. I don't know what the hell's happening. It's gonna go great. It's gonna go good. Get out of my house. Well, but I hope everyone's having a good Friday. We're gonna go. I got snacks. I got a bag of nuts and raisins. So I don't know if we're gonna finish this today, but I'm gonna try. Cause yeah, this might be a long stream. I don't normally do snacks, but usually that's why I'm like, Chad, I gotta go. I gotta end stream. It's because I'm weak. But maybe we'll get it done. We'll see. Let me get caught up on stuff so we can go back to case 5. We gotta go. What kind of nuts? It's like a little mixed nuts thing. It's got almonds, peanuts. I think there's some cashews in there. I don't remember. Anyway, took till the 7th game to use the snack strat. Yep. Trail mix more like trial mix. Damn. Got him. Got him. Peanuts. Yeah, there's some peanuts in there. We love our legumes in this house. Anyway, if you thought case 3 keeps going on and on, you ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah. Done it for the class? No. No. This is the equivalent of the teacher being like, I brought things for me. If you bring things, you need to bring enough for the rest of the class to share, but I'm special. That's what's happening here. Peanuts. Thank you. Thank you. Losing your mind. I've already lost my mind. I haven't even touched the game, and I've already... Thanks to Bath, I'm just already completely out of sorts. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, thank you so much. Wow. Wow, thank you, Bath. That's so generous. Thank you for the bits. What do cashews taste like? It tastes like cashews. They're yummy. God damn. I think I found it. God, I'm not clicking that. Anyway, get the fuck out of here. Between streams, Volcano, Connie, and Toby tries resub. Thanks. I hope you enjoy emotes. Fiend the Shopper, thanks for 22. Is it that time already? It's always that time. Smash, thanks for 100 bits. Happy... Don't say... What the fuck does that mean? Smashbet said, happy 1-year anniversary of 1,000 Year Door remake. Makes me happy to see people getting to experience it. Happy 15th anniversary to Galaxy 2. And yesterday was Pac-Man's 45th. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday. Bath, thanks for the 300 bits. Chicken Jockey Caramel Dancing. Do I still have my Baramel Dancing emote? I don't remember what it was called. I don't remember what it was called. I don't know if I have it. Anyway, the Bath, thanks for 300 bits. Lava Chicken Hype Train. Don't know what that is. Kitsuna Civ, thanks for 69 bits. Based on what I remember from this playing this years ago, you could be this today, but it might be a long stream if you do. Good luck. Thank you. Good luck, we're all counting on you. Jacob Bacon, thanks for soup. Lava Chicken Soup. I don't know what that means. Don't speak to me. Thank you. Thank you. Tune of Katamari. That makes me hate it 2% less. The Plow Micro is Jumanji again? Yeah, with Chicken Jock. It's good. It's from an really? Oh, I don't know it. Better start quick. Yeah, we have a lot to do. We got a lot to go, and I want to stop thinking about Jack Black, please. Please and thank you. If that's okay with everyone, we are at the embassy, former embassy of Codopia, but it's split into two countries, which I forgot the names of. Babal. Just microwave my brain watching that. Yeah, no, don't. That's bad for your brain. Will Jack Black be in the Elden Ring movie? He'll play the ring. No, he should play. What's his name? Gideon. Sir Ofnir Gideon. Find the Albinauric woman. I can't do a Jack Black impression. Babel and Alablast. We got two neighboring countries. They used to be one country, and they were going to. They keep kind of burying the lead by not talking about how they were going to reform into one country today, and they celebrated with like a live show of Steel Samurai, and like everyone was just kind of fucking around all day. A, B used to be C, exactly. Can't remember where's the H. Goes, I know. And basically there was a statue that was like, this is made of solid gold, and this proves that we're a real country. And when they split into two, they both were like, we have the statue, but then only one of them had a real statue, which we learned was the Babalese to the right. And then they swapped the statues at some point, so they would have the real one, but then the Secretariat hired a wannabe thief to steal it back, who then got killed, and I'm not sure why. One of the probably the biggest thing that we just figured out is that all signs currently are pointing to Interpol agent Lang's assistant Sheena as being responsible for one of the two. Basically, there's two embassies connected to each other, and you can't freely move between the two of them, and murders and situations happen on both at the same time. So for at least for one of them, we have reason to believe, because Kay chased her in, she disappeared through a trap door in the fireplace because it's a spooky mansion. And so we gotta confront Sheena, presumably, and be like, hey girl, explain all that ash and soot you got on you, because I think that would have stood out. I guess she's wearing black, right? But anyway, but there's such a good man. When the Secretary died before, after winning the Derby. Yeah, it was sad. Thank you for those and these. I don't remember any of this. Yeah, so we have reason to suspect Sheena for one of the murders. We don't really have a strong lead for the second one, other than Larry and Oldbag are back, and we're getting into the shenanigans, but don't seem to be connected to the murder directly. There was a shadow that we proved was just a shadow of some statues. What else? We basically had like hours of talking to people, and then Miles was like, we haven't learned anything, which is kind of frustrating when you spend so much time talking in circles, and when you have people like Larry who are just willfully is like obstinate and just standing in your way and for no reason, because they're like, it's embarrassing, and you're like, I just want to know if you murdered a man, Larry. It's great. It's great out here. I have a theory about Sheena. I might have the same theory, but we'll save it for later. This case is infamous, really. Why does everyone know the name of that one particular racehorse and no one cares about any other racehorse? Oh, well, there wasn't there like that big movie about Secretariat? No, that was a different one, who I'm also now forgetting the name of. No. Why do we know the name Secretariat? Anyway, it's just a famous horse. Seabiscuit! I forgot about Seabiscuit. The movie with the tagline, never forget Seabiscuit, and then it had a JPEG of a horse. I forgot Seabiscuit. Yeah, no, why do we know Secretariat more than we know Seabiscuit? What a name for a horse. Who looks at a horse and says, you remind me of wet bread? Why would anyone do that to a horse? Who did that? Secretariat does have a movie. And American Pharaoh. What? There was a Secretariat movie also. BoJack Horseman. Kay's in the Autogarasu. Yes, I am annoyed, but she's not that. You're right. She's still running around claiming to be the Autogarasu. We still don't have any evidence to support her theory claim that her dad was the Autogarasu from 7 years ago. So yeah. Yeah, sure. Bread, horse, parentheses, wet. We're gonna go. Is that a sand dollar? Wait. Is it just a weird way of saying sand dollar? Yeah, that's just pretty good. Before anyone asks, no, I'm not uploading this as an emote, but this is very good, especially to this Street Fighter music. Let it soothe your... Anytime anyone gets upset during today's stream about the events of the case, just put this in your brain. The no thought stance. Rotate that in your mind. Yeah. It's good. Anyway. Let's get back into it, though. JC Prophet, thanks for 4. Chat, I have good news. One of my transphobic coworkers quit. Let's fucking go. Thanks for all the support over these past few years, Barry. You have made my life so much better recently. That's too kind. I'm just sitting here being like, yeah, people suck, and you're great. But you're wrong. Sure. I hope things continue to get better. And thank you for 4. Monte K, thanks for 50 months. Can't be hurt by logic chess if brain already has been fried by caramel dancing chicken jockey. There's nothing left. There's nothing left in my brain. Kitsune, gifted a sub. That went to Odd Cosmar. Welcome. Thank you very much. For anyone that maybe hasn't been enjoying for the recent Ace Attorney streams, we got a new Gumshoe emote, Bar Pal. If you want to express yourself being just the biggest, saddest creature alive, you can Bar Pal it up. Pal. Thank you. I'm glad that it has a different vibe of sadness to Time to Cry. You know, I'm just glad that I can have multiple, man, I'm just so depressed emotes. and they speak to different flavors of, oh man, I'm so depressed, you know? It's great. It's great out here. We love it. Creature, yeah. Motifs from Final Fight. This is the Subway map theme. Oh, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. There's a lot of Final Fight. A lot of other. Yeah, they showed Monster Hunter. They've been teasing with their roadmap that there was like a Capcom collaboration coming this, season between major title updates. And I think we all knew it was going to be Street Fighter because that's the most likely scenario. But the fact that they're like, here you go, it's Akuma again? Yeah. It's just kind of whelming because they already did that. I don't know. It's not really enough to make me hop back into Monster Hunter right now. I'm excited for Laggy to come back. I'm definitely looking forward to that, but it's like, yeah. Who was there though? Yeah, and then they get him like a bunch of moves, and that's fun. But they showed Blanca-chan as a skin for the Palico, and for a brief moment watching the trailer, I thought, oh my god, can I dress up my hunter like Blanca-chan? Because that, if you're not familiar, Blanca-chan. This is Blanca-chan. Hold on. God, it's doing the stupid... Alright, the first Google result was Reddit, which means I can't just show you the JPEG by itself. But anyway, that's Blanca-chan. Peak, yes, phenomenal. We love Blanca-chan. You can make your cat in Monster Hunter look like Blanca-chan with the Akuma thing. But I'm like, why can't I look like that? See, it's in many ways, Wilds was a we're so back from World moment, but I still feel like the Rise Generations team has more fuck it, we ball energy, and they would have done. Hey, come on, modders gonna make it happen? Yeah. I shouldn't have to wait for modders to make the game stupid though. Anyway. Also, they added costumes for Alma, your handler, to look like Cammy or Chun-Li, I think. Which I think they're probably like paid DLC, whatever. But I saw people online, and I agree. It's like you first of all, the Akuma is like a full body replacement, which they've done with other Street Fighter collaborations in the past. But like a lot of people are like, I want to just dress up my hunter, and then also all of the female hunters just get swapped into Akuma. It's like there's so many fun Street Fighter characters that would be fun to see in Monster Hunter running around, and just the fact that it's like Akuma again, like I don't know, I'm not crazy about Akuma in the first place, but it's just like, come on. Anyway, as if the only appreciation was bad enough. I mean, I think it's cute that she gets the outfits, although people are like, how come Gemma doesn't get outfits? That's, I guess it's fine. Anyway, we gotta go back to Ace Attorney. It's just been on my mind. Oh, Jenkins, thanks for the bit. Secretary is famous because it was ungodly good at racing. It's hard to state how much and how hard Secretariat won races. So it's just like I'm trying to think, like the Babe Ruth of horses. Just some like legendary figure that people are like, oh my god, Wayne Gretzky of horses, something like that. Okay. The Usain Bolt of horses. Maybe because that's racing, that makes sense. Who the hell is Dick Fosbury? What the hell? I want Cammy outfit, right? See that? I want Cammy outfit on my male hunter. That's why I'm like, again, Monster Hunter Wilds added, you know, freely swappable armor, but to know it doesn't matter what body type now for the first time ever, and then they're not taking advantage of it with post-release stuff. So anyway, let's do. He invented high jumping. Oh, the big boss of horses. Cammy SFX. Well, Cammy's outfit is available for Alma, I think, as paid DLC. Anyway, we're gonna go back to hell. Don't let the jaunty music distract you. We're firmly in hell. I mean, it is great that the background is a burning building. Oh, it's yeah. Hey Miles, how's Case 5 going? Well, you know, not great. But I guess only 2 people died, so shit. That we know so far. The night is yet young. Let's go back. Go back. Gotta go back. Yatagrasa's true identity. Everything's going good. Everything's going great. It's March 14th at 11:33 p.m. Oh, there she is. So yeah, they did prove that Gumshoe crawled through the fireplace and got covered in schmut. So how is she not covered in? She not. It's her name, Agent Lang. Lang Z says, little cubs never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means you'll never really know how angry I can get. Yeah. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made with Babali's ink. They were all of Zhengfa denominations. Oh yeah, we also learned through hologram technology that at least part of the fire was started, or the fuel was the counterfeit money, because it was printed with Babali's ink that burns green, and that's why some of the fire was green, or all the fire. I mean, clearly not all the fire, because Miles didn't see green fire, but anyway. It was Zhengfa. So I heard from Ms. Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. We know something they don't because of hologram, because of I put on my VR goggles. Ever since those things, we did the heavy rain. I put on my headset and went to Mars in heavy rain. Anyway, ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Zhengfa is in financial chaos as we speak, because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this. Isn't the honor of the House of Lang already, like, sabotaged 1,000 years ago? And have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zhengfa, and I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no, it is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. What if he's jacked as hell underneath that cloak? If only I was able to think of a better solution. Quercus, you fool! Curse your empty brain! He's just like me. You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight, end of story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den. Hold it? Wait? Come back? I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but go home as well. Agent Lang, a moment of your time? You, Wolfman and Secretary Lady, hold it! Objection! Pow! Where's the speech bubble? It says pal. Detective Gumshoe? Have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yep, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, Detective. He gets a little pat on the head. Miles has a stepladder that he climbs up to give him a pat on the head. Request to steal the Primus statue, handwritten masters out of Mini Cochin. Still don't know what his motivation was, but okay. Good. Killy did a thing. Killy did a thing? Killy did a thing. Killy did a thing? Killy did... the only problem with this, Killy, the only problem with the... Not that I'm one to speak ill of fan creations, but they should both be devils on the same shoulder. Right? Or maybe Bath is just a smaller devil on Jack Black's shoulder. I'm not sure, but... Yeah, no, I mean, that is... I'm glad you used that drawing of me. Because that's basically... I was, like, filling up my water, I was making some tea, and Bath's just blasting this, holding above their head like a boombox. Goddamn chicken jockey caramel dancing, get out of here. Thank you. Thank you, but how... Yeah. Photo reel. How long do you intend to hold this up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. He's gonna do his big Leighton reveal, where he's gonna point. That person is you. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something, if you don't mind. Yeah? How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu? When you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed. I'd like you to explain that to us. That's a fun angle of attack. Rather than accusing her directly, he's like, we can prove the Yatagarasu ran through the fireplace to escape. You should have been. We know you were in that room. So, yeah, Miles is his brain cells. Mr. Prosecutor, what are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Angeling hasn't touched the Babala investigation at all, so I suppose I'll need to explain a few things to him first. Yeah, if she's not the Yatagarasu, then she would have at least seen him, because she came out of that room. Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. I'm still not sure how she's not covered in stuff from the fireplace. If she was wearing a big giant coat, where did it go? I guess we have the answer to that right here, so never mind. We know where the coat went. So never mind, there's no mystery. Okay, great. Well, where did it go after it flew away? I don't know. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. And answered. Sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end. Is she seriously gonna treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. I'm excited to see how this goes to shit, because our evidence is actually really strong. Which is rarely the case. I should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. A double point! I'll prove her innocence, so let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. I mean, it's 11 something, right? It's late. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal, and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. I ship these idiots. All of them? The biggest polycule in the history? I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony? You mean the suspicious person in a coat she saw? Yeah. That's alright. That's right. That person is one of the keys to solving this case. One of. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? What do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first I want to review what Kay's mystery person did. Kay, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing did. Okay, you got it. Fell in a big pile. Praise be. Cover entire world legal system. I first spotted the sus person near the open air stage on the Babalese side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather sus, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call this suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do. Interpolicule. Interpol-ecule. Damn. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babalese embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. Yeah. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Cochin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light. But then... ooh. Oh, Anonymous gifted a sub to Books Mowo for saying interpolycule. Thanks, Anon. Enjoy the emotes, Books. Who's there? By the time I turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. You think so? Is that plausible? I mean, Sheena would still have seen them in the hallway, but still. Run in the room. I mean, it reminds me of what I used to do when I played multiplayer Assassin's Creed 2, where you would disguise yourself and hide and commit murders. Because that was my strat, but I always got away. Every time I was chased by someone, I would run around a corner, change into an NPC, and then just calmly walk back out the way that I came in. So, maybe they did that. It worked every time. Objection! God, AC multiplayer, yeah. Remember that era where every single player game had attacked on multiplayer mode? But like 1 in 20 was actually a banger, and then it was abandoned like 2 years later and they never made a follow-up that was worth anything. Sorry! Didn't other people show up? Yeah, well, Sheena was there and then Gumshoe shortly after that. I know for a fact the person didn't escape through that door. I didn't play much of Mass Effect 3's multiplayer, but I did hear it was pretty good. How do you know that with such certainty? That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they would have run right into this person. Sheena? Take that! Arkham Origins had multiplayer? MGS3. Your answer is Sheena? Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Kochin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Sheena, who's in the room next over. Arg! Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see? Therefore, the Yatagarasu could not have escaped through the door. Or just his way as Dick Tracy and Robin. Huh. Neat. It just means the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out into the hallway. I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway, a certain detective. Gumshoe, where were you exactly at that time? Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay scream, I ran towards Mr. Kochin's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, sir. So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened. Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I get it. So that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out. Precisely. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out with our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right? I mean, we were gonna reveal it in a dramatic way, but that works too. No, not quite yet. What? What's that about a revolving fireplace wall? Don't worry about it. But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the Bobbly side is known only to 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end. What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Let's continue where we left off. That smug, haughty attitude of yours, it really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Would you prefer if I rubbed you the right way? That's not what I... No matter, I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape? I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible. Now, I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly. No way. Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought that the photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself. The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay was chasing after. Bloody! Yes, they can. What the hell? I've seen people fly all the time. You can say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. Evidence. Very well. I present to you proof the person Kay saw is not the same as the one in this photo. What? Proof that the person flying out in the sky is not a person? How do I have evidence of that? What do you mean? Huh? Yep. Mm-hmm. Sure. Yep. Yeah, sure. Yep. That was burnt. Hot dogs. Burns green. Guitar pick. Perfume fountain. Refills. Laura's little photo. Is there something in here that proves that? That's my only thought. 2 fires broke out. First fire occurred during the championship show. Fire occurred on 41st floor. And second on the fire in the show. But the fire out second floor. For a championship show. Fire occurred on the 3rd floor. This is car fire. Right. Yeah. Right. Wire was found inside the grandfather clock. Not sure what that's about yet. Wrong purpose was used. Is it something in the photo? What? Huh? Okay. Okay. Overthinking it, I guess. Let me prove to you that the photo isn't connected. Let me show you the photo. Okay. Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kay saw. Kay spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. Oh, it was the time. The time was taken. Gnu! Yeah, way to go. Wait, so if that was after the 1st fire, then that's not the cloak flying away after the Yatagarasu discarded it. So what is it? Okay, way to go. That's twice you bit him in the butt now. Keep chewing on his butt. We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is and how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. My cat says, nah. Tell your cat I said, yeah. As I thought. However, the Yatagarasu's escape route, now that I can answer. Finally. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on enlighten me. Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Babalese side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained in my stead? Sheena's my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss? Leng, it's alright. I can take care of him. Sheena. You've shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth. Alright. If you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babalese embassy? During the first Babalese fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. Yeah, During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babal. Yeah, While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. She missed the sound of footsteps and people running around, slamming doors and stuff? Okay. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. We got her. We got her. And that's all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into the coach's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi. Is that correct? Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale? Yeah. get caught. How about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Grr. Get fucked. Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation. Although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation. Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize. I'm sorry. It's okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena. Then let's put that to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. We're gonna get her. We're gonna get her. We're gonna get her. It's gonna go great, and then the case is gonna be over. During the first Bubbly's fire, I assist in putting out the fire.
Hold it!
Yeah, I'm sorry. But if he's admitting that if Lang's admitting that Kay is not the suspect, then he doesn't have any suspects left. So why is he so quick to be like, all right, I'm sorry. You helped with the fire extinguishing effort. I was in charge of the police on the Bobble East side, so I helped them with their work. Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people. She sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage. I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll at just the right time. To prepare everything before I'm ordered to, that is the definition of a secretary. She kind of seems more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she? At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective. Oh, I kind of had a feeling you were gonna say that. Sheena's more than just a capable secretary, you know. Sheena, tell him what the other things you're good at. Wait, what? She's more than just a capable secretary. Tell him what else you're good at. All right. Oh, she was searching for the Atagarasu. Yeah, no.
Hold it!
I know. By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the third floor of Babal, correct? Yes. That was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babal. I don't want to hear that part. Then you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after. There is no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yatagarasu, because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. By the way, how was your team's investigation? In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the third floor via the windows, so the majority of the investigators conducted their searches on other floors. Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the third floor. When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the third floor. And you did that alone? Yes. While I was searching, I heard a scream. A scream! I'm good at murder. I mean covering murder. I mean running from scenes of crimes. I mean, so you were in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office? I already told you I was earlier. As I was examining the neighboring room, I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Cochin's office, wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. Yes, I did. But she was totally innocent, pal. I thought we had already cleared that up. Did she put her sunglasses back on just to dramatically take them off? That's pretty badass. And I thought I'd already apologized for my behavior. Now, if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet. I have to agree. Right now is not the time to take issue with that. Yeah, not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. What I do take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Yatagarasu, Agent Sheena. The prosecutors of this country are all so strange. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu.
Hold it!
Now, isn't that interesting? I say, putting on my Columbo trench coat. You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room. Is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. On the night of a murder you committed, I simply wish to make sure you are not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we? He's playing it on so thick. Just steal Gumshoe, I need your jacket. Okay, pal. All right, you can have it back now. I just had to point. I had to walk out of the room and go, just one more thing. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are you calling Sheena's testimony a lie? Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Sheena right now. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments. Yeah. You know, I feel kind of bad for him. I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth. Lang, I'm all right. And as for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on that girl rather than me. And why is that? To be honest, I'm very skeptical this girl's Yatagarasu even exists.
Hold it!
Why are there pieces of old fruit and loose Skittles in your pockets? That's where they are. I was looking for those, pal. Are you throwing Kay's words into doubt again? She does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? And she did try to chase down the Yatagarasu despite being just an average citizen. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu. That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. And I suppose you have proof of that somewhere? Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough. I see. Kay's testimony was without flaw, but as for yours, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony. Then why don't you show her using what we found out with Little Thief? I will in due time. The escape route to the Yatagarasu that Kay was in pursuit of. If it turns out that it really does lead right to Agent Sheena, then what is it that she is keeping from us right now? Probably a lot. Yeah. Right. I was in the next room, was in the kitchen, comes to the Yatagarasu. I'm assuming the fireplace? Let me double check what it says. There's signs that it's been used. Yeah.
Objection!
If it's not that, then holy shit, what is it? Being in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office is the problem with your testimony.
Not so fast!
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secrets we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace? Eh? Oh, you mean how it connects the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Alabasta isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Cochin's office holds the exact same secret. What? The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. So good. Now, do you see? If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat, pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Cochin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? There it is. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Sheena? He, who? Who? There, yep, there we go. Yep, okay. Fucking God, get her. Book her. Take her away. Fucking hell. It was the moment that we first, like, had a conversation with Sheena, and she gave, like, that look, where she was just kind of, like, looking down. I was like, wait a second. That was, up until that point, I had no suspicion about her whatsoever, but she had one sprite that just had this, like, that was kind of reminiscent of Callisto. So, yeah. She has Baleen, correct. That laugh. I remember this irritating laugh. Brr, I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be, but it has to be. Sheena, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? It's that was, I think that was the sprite. And like the way that her lips were a little bit was like, it was like, It was good. That would, you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are also very strange. She's not admitting it. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Huh? Most of her animations are either staying still or intentionally entangling. Some one stands out. Yeah, when she's like pointing and stuff and just standing there ominously. Everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it's a great honor. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I was studying abroad once. And that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. My question? Here is your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Baba was used recently? It says right here, there are signs that the revolving wall was used recently.
Take that!
It just on the evidence. You don't even have to use your brain for that one. Is this really your honest answer to my question? Yes. According to Ambassador Paleno's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cochin. Oh? The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up. Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Paleno said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is shrimple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Cochin's office is my proof. Yeah, I thought it was pretty funny too. He-hoo-ho. And just what is so funny? Ash as proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? Yeah? You still wish to fight us? Thank you, chat. Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now. I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used, but you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. And there you have it, my counter-argument. Arrgh! That's very impressive. She has seen through to the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence. Yo-ho-ho. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth, you must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. With pleasure. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Sheena, please show me you're someone I can trust. Ooh, no. Don't worry, this will be the deciding match. You'll see. I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Sheena. Shall we begin? I hope he's like signaling the gumshoe to surround the building. I mean, there was already several murders here. There's no way the building's not surrounded, right? There's no way she could run away after all this again, right? Pull out a gun and get away. There's no way that could happen again. I'm ready whenever you are. Got her so many birthday presents. Not just for her, but also for her, like, brother's wife and for her cousin's roommate. All those birthdays. All you prove is the rotating fireplace wall was used.
Hold it!
Gumshoe's phone is a Pez dispenser? God. It sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough. But I was able to go through the revolving door myself. so that should be proof enough even for you, pal. It looks like you don't quite understand, but by your looks I can guess that you're not all that learned. Ouch! Talk about rude, you should watch what you say, pal. I can't say I disagree with her on that one, but you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you?
Hold it.
So you want proof the Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace? That's right. Well, do you have any? Can you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Objection?
Hold it.
Okay, if you could please not steal my line. Sorry, but I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Don't fret and leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch. Aha. You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless. So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. It's possible the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace. Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. But they missed that it can rotate? All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Paleno and Mr. Cochin. Curses! Edgeworth would say curses out loud. I should have known better than to think the Yatagarasu could have been so careless. But there must be some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find. Like the coat? I take it you have no further objections? Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation.
Hold it.
So Interpol has finished examining the entire Babalese embassy. The investigators who weren't allowed into Alabas were incredibly helpful. They all put in great efforts to search for any sign of the Yatagarasu. And yet, despite all that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Cochin's, correct? I didn't notice the ash there in the fireplace of that room, and for that, I am sorry. You don't need to apologize, Sheena. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry. You know, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all. He apologizes for his subordinate and everything. What a great boss. Are you saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates? Do you? No, nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I really respect, sir. Even if you are a bit too strict sometimes. That's only a problem on your end. Wow, way to be super hard on him in response. Am I really too strict on everyone? Yeah. Anyway, Sheena, you didn't find anything in Mr. Cochin's office, right? That's right, except for the things that I missed. We finished our investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office.
Hold it.
So you really didn't find anything. As I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagarasu's key and the document detailing the smuggling operation. No, we found that. We still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Babalese knife handle yet. You see, my subordinates worked hard to investigate everything, so there was nothing else to find, all right? Wow, Agent Lang really sticks up for his people. Lang Z says all men are brothers and friends become family. So your friends are your brothers and all men are brothers, so everyone's your brothers. So you see, my people are my family and their families are my family too. It's a rather large family you have there. But as we all know, there's always one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family. So do you actually have any proof the Yatagarasu used the fireplace passageway? No, I haven't found any yet. Then what are we gonna do? There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole in Miss Interpol Agent's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Babalese investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Sheena in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found. If there is one thing I do know, it's that someone tried to hide it from us. What was hidden from us? The blade handle? But well, that wasn't really, that wasn't the safe. Yeah, the ink was on the table. The bills, they didn't know about that? Needs to be real, it's off of the fake. What could she have been responsible for hiding from us that we have now? Only souvenir, hot dog, got tarp pack, anything, anything. Some amazing event with ashes there. Where? I don't know. Nothing stands out. All you proved this rotating fireplace was used, but you can't really call that proof. The Autogross used the fireplace, now can you? Who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. We've already finished our very thorough investigation. We found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. So I need to point out something that what was suspicious? Or it's suspicious because it's missing? I'm gonna try it.
Objection!
Never mind, I take it back. Uno reverse. Ah, my brain. Let's continue with my testimony. Yeah. Now, it's a suspicious thing. How's it going? Thanks for stopping by. I mean, the ambassador said that the ink was weird because the green fire, but then we proved that it was the bills. But I don't know if that's what they want. Phoenix gets penalties for self-inflicted psychic damage. The only reason it hurts him is because he doesn't like being wrong. If he was like, never mind, let me try something else, he wouldn't take any damage. What is missing is what is found is what am I doing and where we gotta go. Drink Bink. Don't drink the Bink, that's ink. The ink Bink. These realism from the fake. That's from the other side. So I don't think that's related. This wasn't hidden. This was in the office. Whoa. Like, I'm trying to think what evidence did we get that was hard to come by. But nothing comes to mind. Everything's just like stuff we found or someone was like, here you go. Oh. No, I might need a nudge. I was also wet for some reason. Are we claiming that this is connected somehow? It was wet from the water? Someone threw it out the window? Fuck it!
Objection!
No. I have some documents I need to attend to. Arg! I guess she feels like she's no need to counter my argument. Okay. I might need chat to help my brain. After the first fire. 2 fires broke out. Just gonna fire doing this. Yeah. Oh, zinc. Left ashes there. She already talked about how she's like, oops, I missed that, my bad. So I don't think it's that. I don't know. Anybody in chat have an idea? Let me know. Because I'm just throwing random things now. Giving Lady Gaga a little bit. The answer may surprise you. Nope. Know what I said? He thought. Shit, we're all doomed. I just got here. I'm not an attorney. Me neither. The squiggly in the line of the pic made me think of seagulls swooping down to grab fry. What it reminds me of is the button on a fancy toilet to be like, do you want to fire a water jet into your butthole? That's what it looks like. In his office. In his office. But am I correct that this is the line I'm supposed to press on? As opposed to like, who was it that used to show me us with real evidence? And we're like, we don't have evidence. So it seems like I'm supposed to press on this. We didn't find a suspicious thing in his office. So something about... But the wire was in, oh, it was in the bubble. Why did I think that was in the Alabas side?
Objection!
For some reason, I thought that was on the Alabas side. I don't know why. We did the recreation where the grandfather clock had been moved. I've totally just brain farted that. Thank you. The button that separates ass from crack. Don't uncrack my ass. While you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation... Oh, now it seems extremely obvious. Are you absolutely certain you didn't... Thank you for that. That was a good nudge. Are you absolutely certain you didn't overlook anything? It's supposed to be cracked. Aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents? You better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is this supposed to mean? This is in LA Noire where they're like, I got nothing more to say to you. Her. Visibly sweating. A length of wire, what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Bobbly's embassy not long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder? But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing. There's more? In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What in the... Ayah! He's pointing at her and yelling. That evidence was something you found out through the girl's machine, right? So what if it was? That's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Yeah, but there's evidence at the scene. And the recreation helped us try different logical things. The wire is also concrete. Hey, Scaredy, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. The wire? The wire is made out of concrete. It's a very good wire. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. Shut up, Scaredy. The Wire is a TV show. Ooh. I would like to know more. There's nothing in that office, nothing you can call evidence anyway. I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort, but rather I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. We found the counterfeit bills! You still suspect me, I see. Alright, then I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. I just provided many examples. The other agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena. Is it not possible the reason the person K was chasing chose the 3rd floor? Was it because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Sheena was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there's one location that no one has yet to inspect. Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. The next door room?
Take that!
The location, Agent Sheena, is of course the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Cochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out that room next to the office. Just awkwardly standing here. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think that Miss Sheena's the Yatagarasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. Then I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. But can you prove she's the Yatagarasu is the question. If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. I'm thinking maybe she tried to burn the evidence, like the cloak she was wearing or something. But then what was flying out the window after the first fire? What are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do little experiments for me earlier. An experiment as if that detective has the brains for high science. It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu. What'd you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Babali's ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. But it isn't really worth so little. I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove. Yeah, there could just be some fabric in there. It's just covered in schmutz. Mr. Edgeworth, I found something you'll really need to see, sir. Just two mean girls sass-maxing. Are the mean girls Edgeworth and Sheena? So what are these things that you found? Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing. The possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room. She's just saying that they were hers? No. No, but that's good for us. Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now? These items the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation, but if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say let them look at your stuff, Sheena. He has doubts. Lang has doubts. Lang. Sheena, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. All right, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I've nothing to hide. Good. Now let us begin. Which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sir? The coat, of course. Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir. Oh my god, it's covered in the most obvious incriminating evidence. It appears you managed to stain your coats rather badly. Agent Sheena? The Yatagarasu the case saw was wearing a coat, and I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace. Aha, no, you have it wrong. That soot probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. Oh, that's foundation. My bad. She was applying her makeup in a hurry. She was using Homer Simpson's shotgun. The makeup shotgun. She had to get out quick. And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? I didn't realize the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. Then let's set it on fire and see. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know? So unless you can prove the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can. How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Huh? Me, sir? What did I do? This coat is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat the person Kay saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat. I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir. He's just a goddamn dog. All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is. And you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat.
Take that!
Babaley's ink? Yes, this is what will prove the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Paleno, he burned some files on the fireplace this morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Babaley's ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet. You have no way of proving whether or not this is Babaley's ink on the coat hem? Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. Hand me that lighter. How, you ask? Since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I prove the dark substance on the coat is Babaley's ink. I'm gonna burn it! We can find out whether that is Babaley's ink or not by lighting it on fire. And if we're wrong, oops, my bad. That's how you're going to prove it's Babaley's ink? Yes. If you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is. Sheena, sorry to do this, but I'm gonna have to cut off a bit of your coat. Go ahead. I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway. Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. Then, if I could please have one, Kay, we can get this experiment underway. Whoa! Ooh. Oh, that was dramatic. The flame! That or Miles is a magician, and he just used sleight of hand to replace it with a different vanishing cloth. No one matches. It's the same color as the flames wit crystal oil produces, which means Babaley's ink is a product of wit crystal oil, and when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I have matches in case I find smoke bombs. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing. Miss Sheena, you're the fake Yatagarasu, the one who killed my father. It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena, or should I say, Callisto you? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you? Aha. Callisto you, I've never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking, that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it. Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I am this Callisto U woman, but you can't prove it. If you try to wear it, Edgeworth tries to have Gumshoe wear it, and Sheena bullies Gumshoe, and Francisca calls it tacky. God. If you have no proof, I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me. The cologne. How would the cologne help? Does something smell like the cologne on the scene of the crime? The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived, and it will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Is it Wilk? Don't bring up Wilk! Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you have something that can prove that she is Callisto U? I do. It's something the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kay, for we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto U with this and clip that wing for good. I mean, sure. I don't know how this proves anything, but sure. This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto U. It will. Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God we're doing that. Okay. What if she burned off all of her fingerprints, though? She probably is nuts enough to do that. Do they last that long? Maybe. If it's been undisturbed, possibly. The further in this we get, the more dread I have of, like, I know the case is far from being done. So what the fuck is gonna happen? This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I've preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Bern Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. I mean, or they could have lifted prints from the scene of the crime and had those on record, but this works too. This is more dramatic. Which means if your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena, will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Aha. He, aha. Aha, aha, oh, evil woman. Oh, the fangs are out. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's all so funny. Evil woman. Looks like you've seen right through me yet again. Light Yagami face. Yeah. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. I'm so big. You see, the evidence was in this bag of potato chips. And I ate the chip. Callisto, you. So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill. It's even greater than that time 7 years ago. Sheena, you're... Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time. Yeah, very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto, you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right. Callisto, you. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. So, handcuff her? Now? Now? Right now? Before something more happens? Callisto, you. This time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Kay, don't. I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty. Yeah, okay, well. You let Kay go right now, pal. You despicable. Let go of me, you filthy. Well, I guess she's getting away with it. You think I'm a fake, don't you? Unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Hey, Edgeworth. The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be 1 step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And third, no, it can't be! Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... neither of them? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Burn Faraday nor Callisto U, but by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu. How very perceptive of you. No way! The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. It's 3 people. It's 3 of them. Mr. Edgeworth! No, I refuse to believe this. The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3. The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. Yeah. That's great. That's beautiful. Ugh. Peak cinema. That's gorgeous. Who knew Detective Bad was bad? Watch you see it next time, stupid. He was behind you the whole time. It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind, because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu? Wait, I thought Edgeworth figured that out, and that's why he revealed himself. Is Bad like, wait, you didn't know? Never mind. Oh, guys, I got her. I'm one of the good guys. You? I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years, but I finally got you. Why, Mr. Bad, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were such a great team, then why'd you kill my father 7 years ago? Haha, why indeed. It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How could you say that? I grow weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time I won't miss. Stop. You! Okay. It's over, Sheena. Oh. Shot through the leg. Your leg. He's so cool. Agent Lang. Gurk. You idiot. What were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that? Ha! That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. God damn it, Lang. Hey, sis. Yeah? I want you to conduct a full body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her. All right. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please. Sir. Gonna find like 80 guns and a katana and nunchucks. I found something. This too is Yuri. What is this, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. This is a great find, Detective. No, it is, sir. Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle. Yeah. Oh, right, we had the handle, but we're looking for the blade. Right. I thought one of the handles was missing too. Is there a 6th case? Nope, but case 5 has like 30 cases in it. I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. They fit together perfectly. This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. I'm gonna go return this Bobbly's knife now. All right. I trust that you'll make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Paleno. Bobbly's knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it, Callisto U. For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Cochin's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. Is Bad still standing there with his gun out? You killed Mr. Cochin with the Alabastian knife. switched the handles, and then took the original blade of the Bobbly's knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open air stage. Badge starts blasting. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up?
Objection.
They're using her objection lines now. That's cute. You craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are two problems with it. Problems? In what respect? What do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? Eh? Me? It wasn't all so I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using the device at Gatewaterland, I knew right away that you were Byrne Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. Did Sheena have a reaction at Gatewaterland? I don't remember. Did Kay like use her magic thing, and then did it cut to Sheena being like, "Whoa!" Because that probably would have been a little bit on the nose, but not that they showed. Okay. Not the big Yatagarasu pin on her scarf. Nah, I mean, anyone can buy that from the dollar store. That's fine. Were you paying attention to Sheena? No, absolutely not. But that's why I'm wondering if I missed something. Because that would have been cute foreshadowing. I researched a little into your background. Yeah, if they overplayed it, but if she just had like is part of a lineup of, oh, what's that? You know, they could have massaged it, hidden it. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me. Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight. So I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another. Yes, once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You're gonna take little thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. You? That incident 7 years ago? What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the very beginning? What is that supposed to mean? We're getting to Metal Gear levels of triple crossing. The person I take orders from hasn't changed even now to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings. Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. Someone pulling the strings who has ties to Codopia? That really only points to the two ambassadors, as far as characters we currently know of. If they were the ones using Bobbly's ink. And, you know. It was me! It was me in the dining room with the candlestick. Are you gonna tell me everything you did tonight? Did you understand, Sheena? I'm still bleeding here. Ow, my leg. Oof, ouch. I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Bobbly's embassy on fire. And why did you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do? Why start two fires? Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun, now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Okay. If the rest of the case is finding out the real deal with the smuggling ring, I'm okay with that. I was worried she was going to get away and it was going to be like, the case would just stay in this loop spinning its wheels, and I was like, oh god, what are we doing? Wait, I mean, Miss Sheena. Yes? When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought I should return them to you. Haha, you can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Aha, suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. It was Pearl. She got Gumshoe's gun, and she's going rampant. About the second problem I had with your story, I didn't kill anyone tonight. Shit. What? I'm not saying... to be fair, I believe her. Because if Kay... that was one of my problems the whole time. Was if Kay was chasing her, how did she run in, stab a dude, like, hide evidence, skip through the wall, then hide more evidence, and then run around in like 5 seconds? So, I actually believe that she didn't commit the murder. But why did she have the blade then, if that's the case? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. They're not supposed to kill people. Well, she killed Faraday, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, Agent Lang? Mark my words, I'm not done here and I'll be back. I just got, you know, an open wound on the leg. It's nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. God forbid a woman have hobbies. You're right. You're right. I apologize. She's innocent, Your Honor. Let her go. His anger appeared to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. He's not even going to bandage it? What do you mean? He used sheer force of will to, like, fire the bullet back out of his leg and hit bad. Speaking of bad, what's up? How you doing? We're just gonna stand here? It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I've peered into her heart a little, you know? And it's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Jammin' Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. There's some dirt on them. Okay. I guess it's that time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Dawn of the final day. 24 hours remain. Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone over all these years. Detective Bad, don't tell me today's the day. Yep, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. What? He's not under arrest? What? What, he just walks away? What? It was down to the wire and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. What? But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu, we're chasing after. The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Bat? Were you also part of the Yatagarasu? He's good or something. He was destroying evidence. God knows how many times. I don't care. He should probably be under arrest and questioned by the police so they can fix his mess. As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bad. Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Do I have proof? Yeah. The only stole information, they didn't kill anyone. Right. And the only crimes are murder. No other crime exists. Wait, no. You are no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here. I should give these back to you. These are the pages from my KG-8 case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. What is going on with his, side view? Front view seems fine. Side view? What the fuck is happening with his face? His chin is enormous. What is going on? Huh? What? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. Yeah, it might be the upscaling they did. Just kind of turned into mush. I don't know. So the Yatagarasu who was stolen to my room was you, was it? Wait, then that means... What? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. Damn it. The KG-8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor and I as lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. Wait, so then her name really was Callisto Yu? Because I was thinking it was possible she was using the last name Yu as a false identity. Because she kept being like, that's one of my names, but it's also her real name. She was faking it? Faking what? Back then, he's just said that she was her sister, and that was when they started the Yatagarasu. Was after CCU's situation. Fake being sad. Sure. But why would she say that Callisto Yu wasn't her real name? That'd be ambiguous. Okay. I guess that's fine. Her whole situation, you know. Being murdered. It's a backstory, yeah. The only way to bring someone like that justice is outside the courts. Oh boy, here I go, committing extrajudicial acts on my own. She tricked her way to join the Yatagarasu for the syndicate. Right, I guess that's, yeah, because she was working with the Yatagarasu, but also against the, well, she had her own motives, but, yeah, working with the smugglers, yeah, it's fine. I appreciate you shortening Yatagarasu into Yitagers. YTMND. The only way to bring something like that to justice was to outside the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu. And here's the photo we took for our badass debut album, the Yatagarasu. This was an eponymous album. It didn't sell very well, but we're happy with the work we did. And vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano Group, Mr. Amano's conglomerate. We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then it was finally time. We finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity, which Callisto wouldn't want getting out. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart, and Faraday, he died for it. They got too close. But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident? After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. Oh, here we go. And that's when I found out that she was a phony. Okay. Great. I thought Bad saying that she was her sister was like confirmation that she wasn't lying about that. But I get it. Yeetigers! You're the Yatagarasu now, dog. Yeah, I just had to wait. The victim of the KG8 incident, CCU, didn't have a sister. She never had a sister. Yep. What? Then that means you're the Great Raven, sir. Sheena wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. The smuggling ring sent a fake defense attorney to court. That's kind of wild. She said it herself, I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck into this page of the case file, please use it wisely. Trump card? That photo that we stuck on there, try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago. The mark of the Yatagarasu. But why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Big boss! Take a look at the back. Oh, this was something Cochin had on him at the time of the KG8 incident, 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU. Why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Oh, extra confusing. Apparently orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. And that's why they used the inverse, because they were the opposite. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze. Inconspicuous. So you mean the cards were written in Bobbly's ink? The fact that the card that Cochin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So that's what those white cards are. The great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. Never seen any original boss. Gotcha. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. Have my lollipop. I've been saving it for I'm entrusting this to you. Is it really? Ah, damn it. I've been saving it for 7 long years, and it's yours to hold now. I'm passing the torch. Here you go. Really? Really, pal? Oh boy. You prefer lollipop. What's this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KGA incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important definitive piece of evidence. That's just on an old cassette tape. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano, and he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally after the other day's kidnapping. Great. This video. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Yep, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday. Big boss, and the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. Steal the soup. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence? That card was not the calling card of the Aataaaaaaaaaaa, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Portsman. But he didn't burn it. You're out to Kumide's attorney. The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is, whether you use them or not, is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who's above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad. There is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that even now. You really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Aataaaaaaaaaaa. There we go. Pops. Don't ever lose your detective spirit. No, Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir. Okay, at least he is kind of turning himself in. I'm okay with that. It felt like he was just like, all right, I'm retired, see you later. Is this really the end of a legend? To be continued. I wonder what the Fen Iris embassy would have been like to investigate. Ooh, you want to talk about blueprints lore? Yeah. Nominative undeterminism. Well, you had two D's. And the second D in bad stood for disn't. He was bad disn't. 12:07 a.m. Yeesh. So now we know who the Aataaaaaaaaa really was. And yet, there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons crossed country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. Before we do, I'd like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence been removed, meaning if it's rearranged. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG-8 incident hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. I just love that it's a VHS tape. When even by the time this game released, let alone the time period it's supposed to take place in, he had a knife and the calling card. It's Manny Cochin, and he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. Aren't security cameras normally not at, like, chest level? That's kind of low. But I guess it's a nice shot of him. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG-8. I read the summary file on the KG-8. The nightmare text state. It's great. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow, someone was able to steal it and hide it through Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it. I definitely used to do VHS and VCRs in 2019. Yeah. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Where? Over here? Wait, what was that? Huh? That bit you played just now? Please show it to me again. Over here. Codopia. This car, this is something we cannot overlook. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. The license plate, it says... Nah.
Take that!
It's not a very security camera. Because anyone could just walk in and stand in front of it and block the footage. This is the national flag of the Principality of Codopia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government card. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government card doing there? Ah, Miss Von Karma, Mr. Edgeworth, so you were here all this time. I am now 1000% suspicious of Alba. I mean, I'm suspicious of both ambassadors for different reasons, but just being like, wait, what's going on here? And to have someone walk in the door and be like, hello! It's like, okay, yeah. What do you know? He's just a guy. He's secretly buff underneath there, I swear to God. Ambassador Alba, thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. If only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This has nothing to do with how careful you were. You idiot, Quercus. You couldn't chase after a shrimple thief. Now then, let us get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Why? Excuse me? I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabastian and Barbalese police? Ambassador, we are so close. Just a little more and... Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right? That's true, however. As he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Hey, Blue, thanks for 7 months. How you do? Oh boy, this game. Good luck, have fun. Thank you. Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way. Yo, how's your leg? Didn't he walk out the southern doors outside? Well, how did he come in from there? Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. I am very dizzy, though. Agent Lang, why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. Well, I am sorry to inform you, and don't take this the wrong way, I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... I've lost a little blood. Fortunately, I drink a pint of blood every morning with my daily cereal, so I got plenty to spare. Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. We found him where he was 20 minutes. I know. Edgeworth has not left. I believe our own police can handle things from here. They're quite capable. He's just gonna do like a... Boy. At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close. Ambassador Alba, I get it now, I really do. I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You... No? The... killer? Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? Wolves don't lie. Then who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Sheena. Was it? Lang Zi says, the truth lies not at the exits, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was the Mask 2's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma. Huh. Oh, that's interesting. I was the killer? Hey, wait, but that's impossible. Yeah. Although, that whip is actually quite... Yow. Hold your tongue in that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? It's her turn. Wait, they said her... Last time they were like, we've all been accused of murder, and she's like, I haven't. Oh man, that was foreshadowing. That's stupid. Yeah, I am. He doesn't appear to be joking. Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? Yes, he did. What does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabast and Babal, did you not?
Objection!
And where is your evidence that I'm the killer? I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good, then let's move out. Wait, what if Lang is using this accusation to get access to the office because he's suspicious of Alba? What if he's Galaxy Brain, Big Brain? Big Brain. He doesn't actually suspect Francisco. What? And don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset, not that I blame her. I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it!
Pretend to be dumb of ass to be smart of ass. Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part. And so that I may clean up my superior's mess. Oh, that's so good. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabast yet. Oh, after so many hours of her flaunting that over him, that's so great. If you let Kay in, you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Yeah, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first. Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like this is gonna get real interesting. Poor Alba. I actually feel bad for him now. All right, it's late. We should all wrap it up. Yay, party in the ambassador's office. I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well. I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Let's go. The whole squad rolling out. This is also where you see the benefit to this perspective. You know, other Ace Attorney games, it's just like first-person investigation with one character standing in front of you. So it's nice to kind of just see them all stomping around. 12:53 a.m. Okay, now, let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Cochin's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damask II, Mr. Kashino, was found here in the Alabastian ambassador's office. Through our investigation, you mean my investigation, we found the murder weapon was this Primaduck statue, and that this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this
Objection!
off. Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying? Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so while people were distracted by the Yatagarasu's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Objection!
Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Don't worry, I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Oh shit! Oh no way! Oh shit, he caught the whip, chat! Oh fuck! Dude's been shot in the leg. He's actively bleeding. And he did that? Look, sis, I thought I already told you I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring. But Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Francisco, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damask 2. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damask 2 is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counterargument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. Border crossing weapons. Between Bad dodging her whip with Ultra Instinct and Link catching it, Francis got nerfed a lot since she became a party member. Yeah. Well, that's what happens when they join your party. They lose all their superpowers. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask 2 is Babal's Primiduck statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. She got Metroided? Not fully Metroided. Just slightly nerfed. As long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco will remain a suspect. You got it, Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Would you prefer I give you a soft time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. I remember this, I'm gonna get mad. I'm already mad. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Also, you're still actively bleeding, my guy. Please sit down at least. Don't tell me Lang Zi never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor. Who do you think you are speaking about Lang Zi's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you will need to see the truth. What the fuck do I have about the border crossing? Wait! I have a theory. I have a theory. It all makes sense. Both embassies were in on it. They were working together, and they were using the wire to move shit back and forth. And that's what the photo is. It's on a wire. And it's got evidence inside of it. The TV show. They had a box set of The Wire. And that's where they hid it as well. But that would also implicate both halves. There's no way they would do that individually. Another flying statue? I don't know if the statue was flying. It's possible. If it was another flying statue, then that's amazing. The Wire on VHS. Anyway. Well, that's not used about Mario. The problem is, if I am correct with that theory, the game's gonna ask me to prove 30 things before that point. And if I'm wrong, I'm gonna be thinking the wrong thing the entire time. So let's go. I concur this knife crossed over country lines. Good, but that's not the only thing I did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was the only one. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask is Babal's Primiduck statue. Only one flying statue, one flying body so far. Combine the two. You're saying that the Primiduck statue is also brought over by Franziska? Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense. And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. That's a rather weak statement, considering how sure you are. Wait, what's with Because he had flowers in the windowsill, and if that's the flower that they use the wire to traverse things, is that why there's like a gap between them? I can't inspect it closer though. I was like, something about the window. There's a rather weak statement, considering how sure you are. Maybe, but there's one thing I do know for sure. And there was dirt. Hold on, there was dirt. There was Dort. There was Dort in these. Maybe that's Dort from the windowsill. I don't know how that connects. There's dirt on here. It's totally ruining the beauty of the hair stick, I suppose. Why is there dirt stuck on the end of a hair stick in the first place? Wait, is that the same design? The design of these things are rather eccentric for hair sticks. Huh? Really? Well, if they're that strange, what should I do with them? I have to say, these are by far the most bizarre hair sticks I've ever seen. In any case, Kay, there's something I've been meaning to ask. How exactly do you stick that hair stick of yours into your hair like that? That's a secret. Curiouser and curiouser. Does that match? Does that... Hey, look, it matches. Okay, great. Mystery solved. All right, let's... Excellent. I love when a plan comes together. There's one thing I do know for sure. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security.
Hold it!
Impenetrable? I should hardly think so. Nothing's impenetrable, my good sir. You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that? Not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire. The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Primaduck statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you.
Hold it!
And fucking Larry. Was Francisca really the only person who've traveled between the two countries? Barry cooks fast forward cooking too much of the game wants detailed 3 logical stuff. Right, that's the problem. Cast Manager 642 and 73 months. That's a lot. For all the poor brain Barry said genuine galaxy brain moment. But it's gonna hurt me. Because the game's gonna be like, before you can add 10 and 10, you have to start with 1. Not even math. Just what's the number 1? I'll be like, but I know we're over there. According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth. Do we have proof Larry went to Babal, though? We know he went to Alabast, and the Jammin' Ninja was supposed to go to Babal. We also don't know who was in the costume for the Jammin' Ninja. The sis there was in Alabast when the Yatagarasu showed. And then just before you guys found Mr. Kochin's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that that's when she brought the knife into Babal. You gotta prove your word. Then how do you explain the Primaduck statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things to cross the border, the Primaduck statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only 2 items, Agent Lang. What else crossed? The knife and the statue, yes. Correct. Bon. Hawa. Hot dogs? Hot dogs crossed? Hot crossed dogs? Hot crossed dogs. What else went back and forth? One of the knives was used above all murder in which costume. Murder to weapons going to mess with a statue. Some of the was mentioned only ones who traversed the countries before and after the crimes was you. What else went back and forth? What else went back and forth? The display was carried back and forth. There's also a knife. Larry. Why is he couldn't do the early summer rain jab special tech? Why is that written down? I don't like the fact that Larry's gonna come back into play. Probably because we don't know what he bent the spear on, and that's gonna be fuck. If you in the dressing room. Hot dogs? Can I bring up hot dogs? Should I bring up hot dogs? I'm gonna bring up hot dogs.
Objection!
It's a contradiction of these hot dogs. That has nothing to do with what I was saying. Put it away. Your logic is so badly needed repair, you might as well throw it out too. Your courtroom mannerisms are worthless at a crime scene. Gurk, you dare insult the courts? Not the hot dogs. Well, this has to be the line I present on, right? One of the knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Kochin. The murder weapon in the killing of Damask was Babal's Primaduck statue. Somehow, the two objects would penetrate the country's impenetrable security. I think it's far too soon, if my theory is correct, to be like, look at this photograph. So then that would leave the only one who traversed the two countries before and after the crimes was you. But did the Steel Samurai go to Babal? But I guess if we prove that this is Manny's handwriting, this would mean Damask went to both.
Objection!
No. No. Confidence is like a soul, but words without confidence are but empty shells. You shouldn't waste your breath on words you've no confidence in. I don't have confidence in anything. Into the lobby from that door? Who, Larry? He did. From the lobby in the theater. What does the game want from me? What do they want? Is it obvious? Probably. Songs that was used, hair sticks with a candy stripe pattern. Nothing to do what's going on. Oh, gotcha. Body wasn't badly burnt by the fire. I have no idea. I have no clue what they want. Only overall just the case. Yeah. Ugh. I'm also mad about this. I don't know why that's gonna be important. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I don't know, chat. Can I just prove my theory right now? There's a flaw in your logic because evidence can fly across the wire. Fine. Okay. The buffet is in his shoulder. What is it? Anybody have any ideas? I don't have any ideas. I don't know what they want. Is it the fake statue because it was brought to Switch with the real one? But Ball's primitive statue. But he's talking about the correct one. Used to be real, has been swapped to the fake from Ball, was used as a weapon. That's what he's saying. Mess for nudge? Yeah. You can't present profiles. Which is a good thing. The games that let you do that. It's too much. Just see all the karma in prison? Maybe. I had the right statement, present the photo. I had the right statement? This got me nothing that got to the other side. I mean, I'm saying, but that's what I'm stuck upon? I had the right statement? Did I not present the photo to this? The security statement. Present the photo here?
Objection!
No. No. No, I think we're still a far ways away from that. I don't think we're talking about that theory yet. I need to be confident in the facts. I'll look it up. Thank you. I'm really stuck. What happened? He has to know the full answer. I mean, at this point, you might as well just give me the full answer. But what Tom said? What did Tom say? Present the photo with the steel samurai. I don't have that as evidence anymore. They removed that from my inventory. The third statement. This is the statement I have done. Oh, the concept for Cal of Mario Kart. It's so good. Also, speaking of that, yeah, there was a Nintendo developer interview thing they posted about Mario Kart World. And they talked about how one developer made a really good drawing of the cow driving a car. And then that is that was why they added 1,000 random enemies and NPCs as characters you can play as. But more than that, I read the full thing and I got my confirmation for my theory, which isn't a crazy theory or anything, but I got the wrong piece of evidence. It is this line though. Thank you, Mark or Cow. I'm just mad they call the cow Cow and not Moo Moo. But anyway, but they confirmed that they started working on Mario Kart World for the Switch 1. And not even recently, they started after Deluxe shipped for the Switch in 2017. Late 2017, they started working on World. And then they were talking about how they were having struggles developing for the Switch, and they were like, we don't want to compromise on 60 FPS, we don't want to compromise on split screen, we don't want to compromise on 24 racers. They had all these things they wanted to do with World, and they were like having to compromise. And they're like, what if we just shift it to Switch 2? Now we can do all these things we want to do. Because I don't remember how it came up in conversation, but this was before all this was revealed. I was like, there's no way that, because it was like the timing of we had nothing Mario Kart for years and years and years, and then all of a sudden they're like, booster pass, here's 1 million new tracks. That was clearly the moment they were like, we're shifting. They didn't confirm that, but it's like, that's clearly they shifted focus to Switch 2 development for World. And like, let's just find a way to make more money off of Mario Kart 8 because it's selling so well. So I was like, good. I'm glad we got confirmation that they actually were working on World for that long. Anyway, what are we doing? Present Ball's primitive statue or Alabast's primitive statue on the third statement. But he was saying he doesn't know how that happened. How is that the right answer?
Objection!
Thank you. Thank you. Those times are not the only two to cross the border tonight. What? What? Whatever. Whatever. I'm proving something else moved tonight. Weren't we talking about the statue? Were we not talking about the statue? He was not talking about the statue. But we don't have proof the statue moved tonight, do we? We know it was moved in this room, but we don't know they were swapped tonight. Both statues moved. Do we know that was tonight? He was killed with Babal's Primiduck statue, yes. But if that's the case, tell me, where did Alabast's Primiduck statue go? To Babal. Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items. This feels like the most splitting hairs thing, but I get it. Like the knife and the statue. But the statues were switched, which means 3. Is like, okay, all right. I don't feel bad about being stumped on that, because that's a weird nuance to whatever. It's technically true. I guess so, but you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Babal is her. That's also, like, it doesn't change anything about the current state of the argument. Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? There was definitely another person, one who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
The statue's a clock. And that clock behind us, actually a statue. Is that really so, Agent Lang? Those are heavy. They're solid gold. Well, one of them's hollow. But one of them's solid gold. What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said along with this security camera's footage. You're not gonna overturn my hypothesis that easily. Suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. Here we go. Looks like you got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine, then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route. This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries. Real quick before I show the photo. This used to be one embassy for Codopia. And I understand that they built this big old wall. Am I to believe that inside the building, these halves don't connect? Did they just build walls through the entire embassy inside the building as well? Correct. Did they say that? I don't remember them saying that they did that, but not that hard. I guess it's just they bricked the sucker up. They implied it? I guess so. Because what if that was just still open? And they're like, you could have just walked through the building. Anyway, photo. Look at this photograph.
Take that!
Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. Arng. How can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka. Very well. You will have your explanation. Sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is one of the statues? What are we gonna say? It's this Babal statue?
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Primiduck statue replica. You can't be serious. No one tell us dude about hot air balloons. He's gonna lose his mind. The Yatagarasu, or rather Callisto Yu, dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air. Why? Mr. Prosecutor, you left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air. Ha! And how exactly did she do that? He's literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? Just before the murder, Francisco was called here right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma. Oh? What are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you? As I've said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Yeah. Francisco, I feel that I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. All right. So, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room. All right, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place you under arrest faster than you can howl no. As you wish. No. Moments in Alabasta. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. This is the first time Fran has testified? I mean, technically we were talking with her in the flashback case, going over the testimony and evidence and stuff, but you know. Francisco, I want to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of the situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. We debate her in the airplane case. True. But we haven't really talked to her so much about, like, her witness testimony. Like this. I was on guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring. That was my job, but upon hearing that the Yatagrasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago, or have you forgotten what happened here back then? Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself. It looks like you remember the case after all. Of course I do. I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that. Then after that, after I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office. So you were at the theater as well. And I suppose you were also there as well, watching that stage show? Well, yes. Francisco was there. Well, after the show was over and I saw the Steel Samurai off, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. You had to use the computer to change the key card, the security to high, and then change the unlock mechanism to off. Yeah, I had to do that every time too. Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right? I suppose you're right. And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden, even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. What? Who would have thought she would use a shadow? I'm allowed to talk about security. I'm allowed to talk about blueprints. Calm down, Francisca. She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware the speech was set to start soon after. After all the preparations were in place, was called back to his office.
Hold it!
At that time, Damastu's body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. He's swole. I'm telling you. A criminal would say anything to get out of being arrested. How do we know you're not lying? If you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants. I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. All right, then. Add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details. Albo was in this room at that time, was he? When I arrived, Albo was watering the flowers on the windowsill.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know Ambassador Albo was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side, however the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He's big. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. Hey, after his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He'd obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. Yes, the plants in this room, they are all like my children. The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. Miss Von Karma, what did you just say? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I don't understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. There were 4 large passion flowers.
Hold it!
4 of them, you say? That's interesting. I'd like to confirm this with you one more time. There were 4 flowers in bloom in that box. Yes, I should hardly think I could have miscounted such eye-catching flowers. There must be a deeper meaning to the statement, and it appears that I must take a gamble on its meaning for me to make any progress. The primitive statues were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact, what Franziska saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance. Ah, Franziska, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this? Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. Eek! All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony, and for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case, one that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy. They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care, so I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. I understand. What does this training? The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they're actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. But no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only 2 here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Hold on. Not yet, I still have a thing or 2 left to examine. Hold on. This patch of soil looks as though it has had something removed from it. What are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Why'd you clam up all of a sudden? I'm still here waiting for an explanation, you know. Plant supports. Did you know, Agent Lang, flowers are best appreciated in silence? Looks like 2 things were pulled out of this flower box. The watering can. This watering can has a rather robust design. Mr. Edgeworth, why are you telling us stuff we can clearly see for ourselves? Plus, if you keep wasting time talking about that, Miss Von Karma's gonna get arrested. I better examine something else. This flower box appears to be made of marble. Looks that way. But so what? Is it something that's so important that you absolutely had to mention it? Not exactly, but... Miles Edgeworth, you do understand our current situation, don't you? Of course, I'm fully aware of the situation. Then in that case, allow me to ask you once again, is what the flower box is made out of really all that important? Yeah, it's heavy. Construction of the flower box is not that important. It being heavy isn't significant. Alright. So do I have evidence? Let's see. Sure. I believe I've just the piece of evidence you require. You do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight, but I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howled like a wolf, Agent Lang, but we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence. So what exactly am I bringing? Yeah. Shut him up. Yeah, there are only two here to me. So am I showing the sticks? Let's just go with the sticks.
Take that!
Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. And so what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Taking time out of testimony to examine evidence is funny when the other character's like, why are you just clicking everything when we're on a time crunch? I gotta click everything. Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal. Now there's 5 items smuggled. The number keeps going up. How did these support sticks find their way to Babal and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha, so that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is, but the shape of the support sticks is what's important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. What? The object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is... What? Huh, what? They can be used with the crossbow to launch them? How would that... My theory is still that the wire was tied to them, but the shape of the... I can't even look at the sticks. They're sticks, they got the little loopy bits on them. I'm gonna try the crossbow! Eureka! That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting? I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows. Really? I mean, maybe. Okay. Ayah! Crossbows fire bolts. I've done it. I've found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread is yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together. Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. So Babal's statue was draped in the Atagarasu's clothes and then shot over here. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Primadux statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? Don't tell me what I am. The Primadux statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. Also, I'm gonna sit down. I'm still losing a lot of blood. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. But you need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Primadux statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. I'm glad I pieced this together faster than I normally put these together. So Babal statue is draped in the Atagarasu's clothes and shot over here.
Hold it!
But that incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo. Although I don't have all the details figured out, because I didn't think about those being used as arrows to shoot them. I guess that's just to return the wire? I don't know. Because they would need a way to get the wire across one way, and then to get the wire back. I just assumed he like pulled the sticks out and then she just pulled them back in, but I guess firing them across helps the wire travel back further? Quicker? I don't know. What incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right? So I hear. And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids. I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time in court. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible. Heh, you really believe this stuff you're spewing right now? A courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. But there really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it. Even if you fired the arrows from the side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them.
Hold it!
Have one of the sticks anchored on either side to slide things across the wires. Well, yeah, my theory is that they had the wire strung across from one office to the other and then used the fabric, whatever, to like sling it across. But then they have to, so the question still remains, how did they create the wire across? And then how did they get the wire back across to the Baba's side? Because that's where we found the wire. So now my theory is the second part was he loaded up the crossbow and fired the bolts back into the other window, which is incredibly dangerous. But the question still remains then of how did they string up the wire in the first place? Because I don't think there was a crossbow on the other side, and there weren't bolts on the other side, so I don't know. We are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? There's a fan. Is there anything else in the scene of the crime? Not really. There was a ceiling fan, but that's not... That could have served as an anchor for the wire, maybe? Tie it through? I don't know. I'm sure we'll get there. The arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecution? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. That's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, it's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. If it wasn't a statue that was tied to the arrows, then what did the crossbow launch? Let's just keep pressing for now.
Hold it!
Tie the wire to two different sticks. One was shot, one stayed on this side. And then shot the second one after. Yeah, that works. I don't know what they would have fixed the first one to on the other side. But that works. For some reason, I was working off the theory that he had all four on his side from the start. Because Franziska saw all four. But no, that still works. Your theory still works. Load up one fired across with the wire. Then fire the second one. Yeah, that works. Tie the wire to what? I don't know. The thing the crossbow launched allowed me to show you. Come on, show me what you got. But I warn you, I'll know when you're just bluffing. This is what was launched from this Alabastian office with the crossbow. Oh, okay. Sure.
Take that!
I thought I was still pressing, but this works too. Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. That's how I feel. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabast's Primaduck statue could be moved. But then how did one go from the 3rd floor up to the 5th floor? Shit. I thought they were on the same floor. I forgot we're on the 5th floor here. Maybe they attached a rocket to it. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. When things move through security? Possible. It's possible that it was smuggled in with the hot dogs. That's certainly an option. But then what about Babal's Primaduck statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Maybe she took the photo in reverse, going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. How do you explain that? Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Hey, Solomon. She crossed on my boat to like Primaducks. How dare you? How dare you? I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Primaduck statue. Rotary, swinging, or bungee. I mean, we've a couple things that rotate. Even if they use the ceiling fan, how would that convert into it working as like a pulley system? I'm gonna try rotary. I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously, did they set up a whole how did they do that? Simultaneously, get real. The statues would collide somewhere along the way. Did it ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? How did they set that up? If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed. Yeah? Thanks for the hydrate. Lang Z says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension differences between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway. Objection! Agent Lang, as you know, the primitive statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure, and the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. No, his point still stands, though, that it would be heavier. Doesn't matter if they're both heavy. One being heavy just kind of means it would... Right? I guess if the heavy one was on the bottom one, it'd be fine. Lang Z says, ooh, I guess. Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirators set themselves up in the two different rooms. Wow, there's a very small list of people who could have been on this side. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock. QED. He did not just quad air at that demonstratum. Ha! Ha 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 ha. Gah. This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer? Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I don't like the way he phrased that. I agree, just as long as there's no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more. That should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into a fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe it's right here in this very room. I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. The ceiling fan. Take that! Ha! Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece to the trick are two pulleys. That's not how that would work. Precisely, the ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. Aroo! Aree! This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. I guess. Ha! 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 Like, even if they could support a statue, I don't think the fan rotating would translate to a wire, a slick wire. It wouldn't transfer that rotate. Anyway, you really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show, cartoon physics, needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastian and Babali's offices, and that the passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind the case? Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here in this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. My hand's already flying out. I can't stop it. What am I gonna do? It appears I have no choice now but to rush in. Rush in? There's a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. There's evidence? That does? Is there? Is there? Isn't there? Shit. I was hoping there were just gonna be profiles. What do they want from me to point to? Yeah, there's a weapon. He's ringing on him. I mean, that proves he knew about the plant posts, I guess? Maybe? I don't have a whole lot of brain cells left. Maybe it's the hot dogs. If I work out, yeah. Actually, crossbow bolts. Fuck it.
Take that!
Okay, great. This smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I'm accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Wait. If this was all an elaborate scheme to swap the flowers from the Alabast side, this is independent to the Babal side trying to swap them back. So they both believe they had the fake statue? Shit. The flowers and the statues. They were both trying to steal the statue from each other at the same time on the same night. And the reasoning from what's his face? Paleno, he told us that theirs was a fake. So that's why they wanted to swap them. But maybe both are fake. Shit. Okay. The person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. I was under the assumption that he told us the truth and his was fake and this one was real. But I was like, why would he steal them back again? If they already swapped them, why did he send in Damas too? So this is making more sense. The one they have is now real? Yeah. He said that they had a fake one and that's why they swapped them. So they've already been swapped. I'm tapping out. See you later. Have a good one. 07. All right. Well, we'll see. It can only be you, Quercus Alba. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. It's originally from Alabast. It was a fake with swaps from the real one. Babal statue. Right. So that one? This is the one that's in the room right now, was used the weapon. So we need to inspect the other one? That made it down there? Right? Maybe? Or the one that's in here?
Take that!
You want us to examine this? No, I meant the other one. Items that become evidence should never have any part overlooked. Yeah, okay. Okay, not that one. My brain is really exploding. Maybe I should have read that. Most of there's one piece that has already been partially checked. The lies are harder than things when I present. So the other one, this one.
Take that!
Okay, I mean, I had the right idea, video game. I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. I guess this one's in the room with us, so it's easier to check. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primadux statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primadux himself? I see. Ambassador will be examining that statue now, with or without your permission. These are Mr. Cochin's fingerprints. The fact that they're on here suggests the statue once belonged to Babal. So it was smuggled from Babal to Alabast. With that being established, Jessica Alba's Japanese name is Carnage on Red? What the hell? Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in? With this sword drawn like that is an arrow of valor and bravery. He looks so cool standing with the sword in the ground. Different statue. We already looked at all these. This is anything unusual. It's supposed to be in the guy's protecting something. It's supposed to be that deep meaning. So what else can I look at? The face? This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai. We already looked at the face. I suppose it's possible. Take a look at the base of his neck. It looks like a gap. You're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret. Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. Are both of them hollow and both can use to smuggle things? Shit. Just understand frustration. My brain. Hurry up and open it, Miles. Here goes. Huh? Are those the plates? Those are the plates. It really did open up. What's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination is required. Oh my god, it opens up. Yeah. What in the... Is this? Hey, is this what I think it is? And no one else is allowed to touch them. It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates, and the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabasta to begin with. Sweet. Oh, look at him holding it. The primitive statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide the contraband. So there is one real and one fake, but he wanted the fake one because he was using it to smuggle shit. Okay. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask 2. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damask 2 and... Kabam! Tongue, he's secretly swollen under there. Then in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba, you're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country's a mess, and it's all because of you? You're the one who killed Damask too? Answer us. I'd never thought that you would figure things out to this level. It's such a coin toss between, like, I never thought I would be accused of a crime, or I never thought you'd finally catch me. It's like, which one are we doing today? However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin. Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. Even if their name was Dead Man. If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Quercus Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. It's objectivity. Subjectivity, my conclusion's anything but, and it's the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation. Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we could give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you? Bleh. Oh, Lang wasn't Galaxy Brain? He wasn't Galaxy Brain. Oh, okay. I'm gonna put him back down a rung. He was Galaxy Brain. He's back up. He's back up, baby. It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Let's go! Excuse me. You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. He's smart from the very beginning. My real target has been you. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. Let's go. You did? I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most sus. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in and take another look around. So that's why you put on this big show to accuse Franziska of the murder. Using Franziska as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights. Yep, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you. The 7D chess. Is Lang in the sequel? He is. Oh boy. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow, if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. Oh, you're quite scary when you walk to be, aren't you? Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. I keep feeling like he's saying it's sis like C-I-S. Making me put all the blame on the sis in the room. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring. No way that phrase says, don't be such a sore loser. If you recall, if you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue. You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. It doesn't make sense? Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? Nothing makes sense, that's the point. He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. Screenshot that. There's no sense of logic in this world. The proof that Interpol has been after which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. The Cadopian flag and the tape? Maybe? How can we tie that to him? The card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Shit. Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside the courts. Is Miles learning to go against everything he stands for? That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma, and I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? Think of Phoenix. What would he do? Bluff until he figures it out. If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law, and what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand, here and now. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, neat. Oh, that's cool. I didn't see this coming. Shit. I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna say don't. I'm a prosecutor, and I can't allow myself to use evidence such as these. Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't do something, Ambassador Alba's gonna get away with it. I know, but... What are you holding back for? The only thing a Von Karma should pursue is the perfect proof. If you really do have what it takes to complete our argument, then there is absolutely no reason not to use it. This game's pretty cool. Lang Z says the reason people judge people is because people are people. People weren't born to be chained to the law. Laws were born to protect the people. You're the only one here right now who can put this guy out to pasture. And that is the only way to a second or a third generation of Zhengfa's people will be born. Can you really still hesitate knowing the fate of a nation rests in your hands? There's no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. I don't have to obey the law because laws are just people. How can they stop me? When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. The illusion of free choice? Oh boy. I wonder what that card... How did he justify that? I can't break the law, then I'm sullying my good name. However, what is a law? Here, let's look. I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG8 incident 10 years ago. What is a law? A miserable pile of words. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin. The law doesn't let me win, so I'll ignore it. Laws are meant to help people, so if it doesn't let me help people, then the law is bad. So I'm gonna break the law. Why do we have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense, and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. I assure you it's absolutely based. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know, the card is not the only thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG8 incident. The KG8 incident? The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Oh, very interesting. I must admit, I'm very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented. I'm still waiting for Quercus to, like, stand up straight and open his eyes all the way and be like, well, now. And he's gonna be super old man buff. The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who's had free reign for 10 long years simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. So what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me? The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Gumshoe? Sure. Boop. What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is a section that proves the card was used to relay an order. What? Huh? What? Just like on the card? What? The knife that he's holding? What? Prove that it was... This proves it was used to relay an order. How? What? Wait, just it's on the card? The parking sign. What? What are you? Fuck this game. As you can see, he's holding the card I just told you about. What are you? Okay. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same, doesn't mean that they are now, does it? But there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are, in fact, one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. The blood! This dark red blood, yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. Prove that you function as player. But it makes me more confused, because I'm like, what do you mean? The game literally said, from this footage, we know the card is a directives card. Prove that that's the card. Look at the card. That's terrible. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Codopian government car. Not card. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. Enhance. Right away, boss. I can't make out anything. It's blurry as hell. It's a VHS. I don't know what you expected. Oh my god, that's a very good VHS. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Codopia. In the reflection.
Take that!
Enhance. This section will make it all clear to us. Enhance again. You must be very tired. What? But he's got the pin. No, that's not it. Okay. Ang, I was so sure. Okay. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Codopia.
Take that!
Okay. The shape of this pocket and the directives card in it. The card again. It tells us without a doubt the person in this car is Mr. Cochin. It's a video. Does it not show him getting out of... What? Okay. The license plate on the car was also captured by the camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Arrgh. Ha. Ha 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 ha. He's doing his Ganondorf laugh. Ha 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 ha. Yes, do it, do it. I knew it. Old man Buff, standing up straight. We got a lot of medals. You've done well, boy, to make it this. He's not as buff as I was hoping. And even though the bust out of his shirt. You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time. That is going to be mighty difficult to prove. How so? The Principality of Codopia no longer exists. What about the pin on you that I already pointed out in the footage? So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist. Yes, my teeth. No, he's got enough. That arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them. Are we finished here, boy? Oh, he's even showing. This will be my downfall. The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him.
Take that!
What the? Ambassador Aula? Yes, what is it? You were once an army man in the service of Codopia, and it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Codopia. Right here on my tid. But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal. Let me incriminate myself further. No medal exists except for this one right here. It's the only one I have. Old man Brett. Old man Titty. In that case, the only person it could be who is sitting in this car is you. How dare you figure that? How do you figure that? By the medal captured here in this footage. I want to remind everyone that this is a VHS. They could have made it some fancy futuristic DVD. They could have done so many. They went out of their way to say, no, this is actually a goddamn videotape. And we're enhancing on a car in the background, and we're looking in the reflection of a window in the background through the car. That's how it's stupid. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest. Oh my god, why is his face doing that? Oh shit, that sucks. He got Dorian Grayed. This is how it will be, but I won't look back, for this is the path that I have chosen. It's a mask. Ha 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 ha. Ho 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 ho. You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking possible, isn't it? Oh, that's good with the beard. For the lot of you to have come this far, it looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well, I've decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. Is he gonna claim diplomatic immunity and be like, bye? What the? Regarding the Damask 2 murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense. You're claiming it was justified self-defense? Damask 2 attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. Ha 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 ha. What a pathetic performance. Ha 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 ha. I'm not giving you one. They're laugh attacking each other. You two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. Tell me he's gonna rip off his jacket and be super buff, and there's gonna be like a little mark. Oh. I mean, he's opening a little bit. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But Damask 2 didn't have a single weapon on his body. Close enough. He got an owie. He cut himself shaving really bad. On the base of his neck. It's nothing to get worked up over because I hid the weapon. You hid it? I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. Oh, shit, damn. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears. Ugh, it's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during our struggle, but that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense. Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. Okay. No way. Oh, which reminds me, I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Wait, Manny was your secretary? I thought he was the Baba secretary. Where's Manny? Secretary to the ambassador. And I thought he was the ambassador. Who's his secretary? Huh? Who? Huh? He, her, what? Maybe we'll back. Well, stop saying nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you. The murder of Damas 2 was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive. Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact I think you may have forgotten. And what is that? Yeah. That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Leg, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate, that's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job. Gunk! And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil, therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance and your expression, that's nothing like the face of someone who is ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak so seriously of, to me this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabast has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These 2 layers of protection that extraterritorial provide, this is why he's one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Papers? You can just point at the door? Is there nothing we can do? To be continued. What if we just beat you with hammers? But the hammers look like gavels, so we can claim it's justice. Yeesh. 2 a.m. Oh my god. Long, why this case so fucking long, by the way? Yeah. I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality. Yes, and there is nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. Are you going to the hospital? Because you should probably go to the hospital. Ow, ow, ow. If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck are laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet. Okay. I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Okay, then I'll go check out Baba a bit more, sir. And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. How is she? Surely the guard there is like, no? No? I can't imagine that Alba walked past and was like, no, just let them through, it's fine. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion flower data erased from my organizer. Threw them flowers on the ground. Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. Somebody doesn't want us to investigate. Front-facing Alba reminds me of the professor guy in... I think that was Dual Destinies? The weird Greek statue dude. That was the professor. Front face of Galbacami. Means! Yeah, means. Means. Yeah. Teeth man. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool. Sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And Murder Damas 2 run a smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Kochin in Babao. He apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. They're gonna be say extraterritorial a lot, aren't they? Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really, no matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Yeah, it's genius. It's a very fun setup for a case. To not only place it inside of an embassy and all the complication of these two embassies, but then to have the ambassador committing crimes just to extra complicate, like, huh? Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? Unless he murdered a guy outside. What if we drag him outside and make him murder a dude? Use the soundboard. For what? For this? For this? This is me when Ace Attorney. I take chip damage and I go, ugh. We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. What, if we make him no longer an ambassador? It still happened within their soil. Oh, okay. What brain thoughts do I have? He's upset, counterfeiting the renovations. Yeah, I think we need... Oh. This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Is it just my imagination, or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? Is it Larry? There's that troublemaker standing there smack in the center making two peace signs. The Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in the picture. Hey, the person playing Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right? No, I have no idea who he is. But you just said he. You knew which gender he was, so you must know him, right? I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again. No way you just assumed the Steel Samurai's gender. I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive. I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically. I did, because he was an NPC in an Ace Attorney who was suspicious. It was me. I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile. Okay, please try to remain calm and focused on the here and now. You're right. Sorry, I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal this truth is if we keep on investigating. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. You even know the exact species. I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me, I sound like some sort of botanist. What exactly is this yellow flower here? That one, I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. It looked like a pizza pie, or maybe a Pac-Man. Probably Pac-Man. Mr. Plano's a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he's really happy they were going to become Kodopia again. Perhaps. But instead, he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him who's always thinking of his country is really to be admired. Although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday. I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Kodopia are locked away. And we will. It seems that lilies are at the center of this bouquet with an accent of chamomile. Chamomile? I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance. Okay, this is just a picture. Oh, look, I know that. But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy? If you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination. You don't have to be mean. Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom. Bloom! What could I deduce? What do I have? What is related to the shape of the thing? I mean, it looked like their flower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It got 5 of them. But then it's missing. It's missing one of the flowers. One of the petals. So that's kind of suspicious. Wait, is it this? Is that the guitar? That's the guitar pick. Oh, but then that. Oh, but that. Oh, but that. Oh, but that. Oh. Oh, but it. Oh, could this piece of art be related to this photo somehow? Well, nope. I don't think it's related at all. Oh. Wow, my brain's gonna explode. She could have at least tried to humor me a little. How is that not related? How is that not related? Because that would prove that that bouquet was on the Baba side at some point. Getting ahead. I guess so. Even point out where have I seen it, but like, I guess we'll get to that. What am I meant to deduce first then? I guess keep looking around. What the hell else do they want? How did I jump ahead? What else could there be? Look at my evidence. I mean, there was this. What happened? What about flowers? Is there any more flowers anywhere? It's wet, refills with water, bottle, fires, wire, fireplace, hair sticks. Look at this. Okay. Think slower. No. This was found from the fake of this home in the country. It's a counterfeit plate used to make counterfeit Zheng Fa bills. It's incredibly detailed, even includes a phoenix taking off into the sky. With plates as finely crafted as these, it's no wonder the fakes are so hard to spot. There's nothing on the back. That's it. All right. And his wound. Haha. Hee hee. My badge? All I got is that it looks like their flag. So I'm gonna risk my brain exploding. Maybe I should have saved first. But if I die, won't it replenish my health like it did last time? Maybe I should save anyway. Just in case it just actually game overs and deletes my save. Some of this picture I've seen before. What else? I mean, these also has the butterfly. I'm gonna... They got the two flags in the background. Where's the things? What has that butterfly on it? Yeah, I mean, because that's just their symbol, so. But yeah, that's the. Hello? Yeah. Can I rotate it? Yeah. So that's got the same butterfly on it. You know, one of them is missing in the top left corner. Is that important? Nothing's not important, except for the things that aren't. But that's a different kind of design. I'm gonna try it again. Because maybe I have to point out that it looks like the thing, but it's missing a piece, and then be like, what's the piece that's missing? Never mind. Nope. My brain exploded, and then I died. Are you still here? Are you still trying to force me to admit? You people have no reason to still be here. Now please leave. I'm afraid I can't do that. If you won't leave on your own, I will have no choice but to force you out. Hold it. I don't believe we'll be meeting again. However, I will pray for your success. We're not through here yet. Is this it? Thus the truth was lost for all eternity. The end. Yeah, I love that line so much. Okay, retry. Current scene. My brain has been restored. Back to full power. Great. Okay. We'll come back to this later. I'll keep running around here. Flowers were sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors. There's so many bouquets here, it's like a wedding ceremony. I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason. What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Alabasta and Babal, right? Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce. Okay, then this event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony. I suppose you could call it that. It's a backdrop they used in the Steel Samurai stage show today. I love the climax of that show, Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. That was the first time I'd seen that special move. But, well, the Gem and Ninja stage show's climax was much better, of course. Is that a fact? That scene where he sang for Princess Misola and gave her those hair sticks? I could totally feel the love there in my heart. Perhaps the Gem and Ninja's just more popular with female audiences. A female audience, huh? On the orders of Ambassador Alba, no one's allowed into Alabast. But Von Karma walked right through there. But I thought a lady with a whip passed through here not too long ago. She's from Interpol and had the proper paperwork. But we're working for her? While I was reluctant, I had to let her in. Sounds like Francisco, right? Besides, if I didn't, that whip of hers. Yep, definitely Francisca. Okay, well, that checks out. Hey, what's up? Hello, and welcome to the Embassy of Babal. I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time. Right now, for a limited time here at the Babalese Embassy, we're offering a very special Experience the Terrifying Fire's Ashes tour. So, how about it? Shall I sign you up? We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run. A little bit too soon. You can see the Babalese Embassy, which is undergoing major renovations, from room expansions to garden upkeep. Looks like a lot of construction's going on. Mr. Plano said that all this work is really hard on him. He said that since Mr. Cochin passed away, that maybe I could work part-time for him. She got really chummy with that ambassador. What can I say? I just have a good nose for money. These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? That's where they filmed The Steel Samurai. They've been producing hit after hit recently. The studio's being remodeled. The paper the other day. Mrs. Monkey. Yeah. And it goes ook ook and tells the time. Really? There's nothing else here. Okay. So there actually just is something here I'm supposed to point out. So there's something in this picture I've seen before. What else could it be? What else could it be? What else could it be? Uh-oh. I never noticed that. Oh. Urethra, I've got it at last. I never noticed that. Literally never noticed that. Eureka! Babal's national symbol is the butterfly and Alabast is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick. There's 2 questions answered. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife? Ah! Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. Someone in chat did say, look at the evidence. They were right. Commemorative photo data jotted down in my organizer. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing. And take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. Then the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon. Yeah. Okay. Now what? Can I have a thought in my brain about it? Okay, so we're done there. Is there something else in the room I can interact with? Can't look outside. I want to go to the stage show. Can't look there. Okay. So, I guess I have things I can put together. Can I put any of these thoughts together? I didn't think He's upset. Is he upset about the counterfeiting? That would make the most sense. Nope. My brain. Ow. I have a headache. Why would he be upset about the renovations? Are the renovations tied to the counterfeiting up? They are. We know the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials such as the Babalese ink and paper must have been hidden in a secure location. What do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? He probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. So we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal, and the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Probably Quercus? It's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation from both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. Alba could conveniently place all the guilt for smuggling on Cochin. And that's why he's stressed out, because we know about his motive. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed. Shot him with a crossbow? Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Polano to be ambassador after reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Primaduck's statue. So Mr. Cochin hired Damastu to go steal it for him, but when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin. It's definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast, but Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? Right, and that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. Because it's been suspicious since the beginning that he was dead in a building that was on fire, but he wasn't badly burnt. They specifically say body wasn't badly burnt, so seems more likely the body was placed there and there was just like a light dusting of fire as the fires were being put out. But what would that mean? If he killed the body, if he killed him somewhere else and then moved the body, if he wasn't killed in Babast, would that change the extraterritorial nature, or now it's just more complicated? I don't know. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Cochin. This place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is...
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here at the Theatrum Neutralis. Here. Whose jurisdiction is the Theatrum? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place the both of them would have been in is here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. Would that mean he can be tried in Japanifornia? It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain, however, the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
Hey, welcome back. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Franziska. I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. Thank God it's on highly detailed VHS. You would do well to take a look at its contents. Oh good, a security camera. You move fast. A Von Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. Thank you for the soap. HD videotape did exist. I mean, that's true. I don't think it's likely it was used for security camera footage, but there were, yeah. Also because videotape is an analog medium, it can have a theoretically very high level of detail, as opposed to digital, which is constrained by its bits. So, yeah. Thank you for the bits. I'm sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten, because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Has she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? This video contains footage from Alabast's immigration screening area. I hope there's something in here we can use. I hope we just happen to get to the juicy bit right away and not spend an hour looking at this tape. Yeah. Yeah, there he goes. Oh, the baby. Which minute's footage should I examine? Definitely the last one. God damn it, Larry. God damn it, Larry. Doesn't something about this lump shape strike you as odd? Isn't it supposed to be this shape? No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare it and confirm my hunch. The bulge is unnatural. Miles would know a thing or two. Never mind. Let us check the footage from Babal's security camera. Hope it shows something good. Phooey. There wasn't a single sign of any suspicious person or anything. That right there is the contradiction. Huh? Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything. Because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country. Was his body found in Babal? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Ambassador Alba. Who's man with green tie? Smiling there. I thought I'd ask for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil. You've had your fun and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. That's not how Pac-Man works. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done and it's game over. No.
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night? After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I'm heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Star Fox. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it. Arg. Oh. Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba? Ambassador Paleno? Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know. Very well. If you insist, I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther. Ambassador Paleno. Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish is for the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. So that's not more than enough, that's enough. More than enough would be 0 questions. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin. That's not a question, it's a demand. I see. Kyo says what? You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. No quantum tunneling here, Ambassador. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. But you went to the theater. It's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. So that is your alibi. That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed any crime in Babal. So now that we've cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you could move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said, hold it. What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question. You did, but you still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us all the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer. Miles Edgeworth as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose! Of course, that is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagrasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad, their legacy will live on through me. So that's why we've just got to catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have it the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. I will dig my own grave for funsies. Frankly, I don't understand why I'm being placed under sus.
Hold it!
I think it's sus that you think I'm sus. Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of an ambassadorship, don't you think that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there is the matter of the crossbow arrows and the primitive statues. That's an intense objection. All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy. What do you mean by that? Under your hypothetical scenario, Coach and I were fellow smugglers.
Hold it!
Objection. He was eating a bunch of mashed potatoes. It's not a hypothesis. We proved it to be what happened. Ha ha. Let's leave that to one side for now. It doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. He really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin. If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you take me seriously. Gwar, har, 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 har. I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. I formally claim I had no motive to kill. Let's see you disprove it. Nobody stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being. I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. In that case, what motive would I have had to kill my co-conspirator?
Hold it!
Are you serious that just because you were partners you had no motive to kill? I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion. Haha. Looks like he's not going to admit it himself that he was in league with Cochin. I suppose not. But I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Cochin. He's the ringleader and that Mr. Cochin was his subordinate, right? Correct, but I know more than just that. Miss Von Karma, I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Cochin's office, correct? Yes. The safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it? And why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Cochin's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back? So Mr. Cochin didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them for himself. I suppose that's possible. It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being. Then that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all. What Ambassador Alba had to gain, I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. Cochin. What are you people whispering about amongst yourselves over there? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony. To get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time.
Hold it!
Nuh-uh. What exactly did you do while you were in Alabasta? I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, that thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Objection!
Are you saying that was Damask 2 that made the first move? Yes, it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with the Primadux statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense.
Objection!
Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did? Ha 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 ha. Cover up? No, my boy, I'm not covering up anything, I'm telling the truth. You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now. I'm terribly sorry I didn't clean the body better, but I'm a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know?
Objection!
Despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you? I just realized, I don't think it matters. Maybe it matters. If he was stabbed there, definitely underneath his clothing, was he shirtless at the time? What? Why is there no blood on his clothes? Despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you? Man is evil, and I'm sure you are familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cochin was killed in Babal while I was all the way in Alabast. You know it, baby. It's not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi.
Hold it!
Puncture him for brain shears? I mean, you could do a little stab with that. It would suck real bad. You insist it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babal, and you are correct. Oh, I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede to me, the only thing I'm conceding is that's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I'm not conceding that your alibi is the truth. Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi. You would be wise not to underestimate the prosecutor of this country. We'll see about that. So, Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba. If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case of my father where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is that we don't know what their exact relationship was. Indeed, if they had complete trust in each other, there's no motive for murder. Both men were very selfish, and I believe that is from where his motive arose. So keep focusing on the motive. So, what motive would I have had? Here's the point, Mr. Cochin. Well. Because I was thinking that also maybe they wanted me to point out that he definitely was there. I'm gonna try that first, because I was in Alabasta the whole time. Yeah, but except for the time when you left.
Objection!
Okay, alright. They want me to focus on the motive. I can focus on the motive. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. So what about the motive? So it's like this points to Cochin. This was made by Cochin. I need something that points to, like, him. I mean, there's the stuff in the safe, but that's not... Is it this? He was trying to steal the statue back? Maybe?
Objection!
Okay. Because that at least points to a conflict in motivation. If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Kochner betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
Objection!
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Kochen's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The contents of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabast's Primiduc's statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Objection!
Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me? Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right? Didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. What is murder anyway? What is life? Now then, if you will excuse me. Wait, what? I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Bah. Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was. He was my subordinate, which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for Babal to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to. Can't tell when I'm doing a bit. That's the fun of it. Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Poleno. I'm very sorry, it seems that even now my voice falls on deaf ears. There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Poleno. We must find some way to stop him from leaving. It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. No, there absolutely are objections, and you're just not listening. Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Okay. Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagarasu's legacy will live on through me. How do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this? And why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? Where have I seen that before? That is a clue my father, Bern Faraday, left for us. Did you say Bern Faraday? Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG-8 incident. It's the Death Note. The one he wrote Kochin in there. The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key. Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu kill 7 years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me. Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me. If you won't believe me, then take a look at this. And what is that toy there? Beep boop boop beep. Hell yeah. Put him in the metaverse. Trap him in there forever. No! Curse you, Miles. Curse you, Kay. And he's falling into the metaverse. This thievery. Who opened the window? This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy. What? These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence. Yatagarasu, ever the thorn in my side. Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those two pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. Okay. When the going gets tough, someone's got to be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all, barring a person like me? Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please. Yeah, all right, but this is the absolute last. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Paleno's office, you won't stop me. I can't let this opportunity K has created for me go to waste. Alba's Alibi Part 2. Alibi. Final testimony, version 3 final. The last time I met with Cochin was here at the Theatrum Nostralis. After that, I was in Alabasta the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Cochin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, maybe. Now, since you people are practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape. I will warn you, though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished. My brain will take slightly more damage if I'm wrong, so any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is present the correct evidence. No pressing. Got it. Understood. It's fun when they do this, because you're like, oh man, I really just have to work with whatever I have. I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before he returned to Babal, in which case there's only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. We press for fun. We could. Last time Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Nostralis. Yep. After that, I was in Albas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. I did not see Cochin again after that. There's no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Well, the time span would have been while they were in the theater. Do I have evidence for that? Amazing. Diplomats really do know how to craft answers that don't answer anything. So if the only place he met the victim was at this theater, then when was he killed? We know that Mr. Cochin didn't return to Babal alive, which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here. And that means that he was planning to kill Mr. Cochin from the start. So, do I just present this and then be like, but you killed him and when the photo was taken? I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again? This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it as well as you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it in among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater. Nuh-uh. Gahaha, waha. It's time for me to catch my flight. We're not through yet. It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth, but I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. That's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. The courts. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end? Yeah, baby! Hey, Lang! My leg still hurts real bad. What's up? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. The lads are back in town. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sup? Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through. Lang Zi says before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Yeah? Interpol headquarters and the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The Imperial household? You, what have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. Wait. Effective today, effective right now. What if he's bluffing? And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. The video the Autograsu protected. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Lang Zi. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. I'm old now. Oof, I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked. Ha 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 ha. Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing. Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hardworking, honest ambassador. Just a little bit of murder and smuggling. But good smuggling. Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. Using it twice, aren't we?
Objection!
No, I won't be stopped now. He still intends to fight. So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me? The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I'd expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater, but even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous. I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game, this is war. War can be a game. With cards. I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife. His body was discovered in Babal. There's no way for me to transport his body from the theater to Babal. Good God, y'all. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender to? You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? Ha ha ha, as if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness. Yes, just another witness. All right, well, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy. And get him good. I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony. I'm gonna get him. What about this picture? I killed Coach in his theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet.
Hold it!
Yeah, maybe. That's right, as I explained earlier. This is final testimony, final destination, final items. The commemorative photo shows that you had the knife on your person. You have no proof that the bouquet was prepared by me, isn't that right? Excuse me? The fact that there was a knife in the bouquet was something I wasn't aware of. What a pathetic excuse. The weapon that was used is one of your national treasures. It isn't exactly something anyone other than you could touch, let alone take. I allowed some of my trusted subordinates to handle them. They could have been my secretary. You're an even bigger slimeball than I thought. You would push the guilt of Mr. Cochin's murder onto one of your subordinates? In any case, the fact that the knife was in the bouquet means nothing. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife.
Hold it!
You still wish to deny your actions? And you still wish to deny reality and accuse me of murder? What? I'm not in denial. Nuh-uh. Even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got a real bad attitude. I believe it's because he's no longer ambassador he can let himself speak freely. Well, if he's not holding anything back, then neither should I. Wait, for the sake of the case, please refrain from what I think you're about to do. Quite the pair of frightening women you are, but I digress. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal.
Hold it!
We're gonna take him to France. By France, I mean France! Even if he was found in Babal, he was killed somewhere else.
Objection!
Stop bluffing because you can't prove what you're claiming. If this were a court-martial in my country, you'd have already been removed from the room. Are you taunting us on purpose? Because I'd be happy to show you my claws. Hold on, Agent Lang. Allow me to fight him my way, with evidence. Ha 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 ha. I was just joking. I'm not so easily ruffled by the likes of him. Too bad. Though I'm no longer an ambassador, it still could have been an international incident. If you have the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours, then perhaps you can use it to return to the testimony. Very well. But to be fair, you should watch what you say as well. There is no way for me to transport his body from the theater to Babal.
Hold it!
Is that really so? You could have easily blackmailed your subordinates to be quiet and then moved the body.
Objection!
That's quite an insult to me and my subordinates, and I'm afraid we can't have that. It's very difficult to enter my embassy, as the guards always conduct a thorough check. If someone so much as makes an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicions. It would arouse them? Come to think of it, there wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage. Wait. Let me think about that for a second. Mr. Alba said that the guard would become suspicious if someone acted unnaturally. But then, by the same token, the guard would not become suspicious if someone were to act naturally. If we retrace Mr. Alba's movements, we should find some hints to solving this case. Well, right after the Steel Samurai stage show, he went back to Alabast, right? From there, he started preparing for his speech in the Alabastian embassy. It does sound like it wasn't possible for him to have gone to the Babalese embassy. The floor is made of floor. I love what one of my tautology points at itself. He couldn't have gone to Babal, but the body didn't remain at the theater either. Is it possible the body was temporarily taken to a different location first? Yeah. Was it the tape? The Steel Samurai. The bulge!
Objection!
I knew that bulge was suspicious. Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it? Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement. Thank you for the warning. Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart, do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the natural lump under the cloth in the pushcart. Goodbye. What is the meaning of showing me that? It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene. Ha 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 ha, what a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis, however. Haha, if you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people. Yeah! Fuck yeah, Gumshoe! Sorry it took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Fuck yeah, Gummy! Gummy? Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open-air stage area. Didn't we pass through there like 10 times? So that's where you went. Bar pal but triumphant. Bar pal but he's flexing. So that's where you went. The detective spirit that Pops left me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case? Yes. It just might play a major role in solving this case, detective. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart? I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, detective. Yes, sir. Meow. Oh, someone spilled some hot dog juice. Steel Samurai Daddy used this pushcart to wheel the Iron Infant around. The Iron Infant is the Steel Samurai's and the Pink Princess's kid, right? He made an appearance at the end of the stage show. My dog juice! It was a rather fitting ending to the whole thing. But the Steel Samurai was unwittingly forced to move the body is just unforgivable. Unforgivable. It's blood. This must be Mr. Cochin's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
Objection!
I forced him to move the body into Alabast? Yeah. What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing?
Objection!
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast. No! If I can show you how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win. But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast. Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means there is no question that can't be answered, right? The Primaduck statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Maybe at a trebuchet. Which means there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. This case overstates welcome. It's too much. It's objectively too much. It's too many things. And also, not that many locations, which is a good thing and a bad thing. Anyway, I'm gonna keep going. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. That's it. Is that all? Yep, that's all. It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of Damask II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Those trifling matters, I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What? Is not every life precious? Do you really need me to answer that for you? People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Ha 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 ha. Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like. Not that he gave us a lot to ask about. Alabast movements. After a return to Alabast, I'm a picture taken with a Steel Samurai shaking hands. Is there a connection to the cast of Sheena being linked to everyone? Yeah, Sheena was a much more compelling villain. And him just giving us so many runarounds to get to this point, and it's just like, just say okay. Why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended she rest. Wow, so you do have a soft side after all. The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. So you tend to strain your back as well, huh? But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? Comes with territory. He did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared.
Hold it!
That Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up. Ha 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 ha. A most amusing joke, and how do you propose I set it up? If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow. Oh, that's an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. Yo, what's it gonna take for you to fess up to anything? Yeah. Very well, then, let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone was inside, I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office.
Hold it!
And what's happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this. Upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Masked Man. And I don't want to keep on repeating this either, but his name was Damask too. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Permaduck statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man. Being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. Heh. Miss Von Karma's really letting her whip fly now. Eek. I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. Ging. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove he's actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here? Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babal? Sir. Mr. Edgeworth? Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it? Is this the end? Think of your boyfriend. He would think stupid. Hold it. It appears that we made it just in time. What? Oh my god, the baby. I hate that I partially associate this theme with Larry now. He's taken that from me. It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle. Evil Magistrate, it is time for you to pay. It's the Steel Samurai. No, you're mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of New Old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Why do we have to do this again? Why do we have to do this again? Edgy Poo. Ugh. The two people I wanted to see the least. Larry, what are you doing? What are you two doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help. Sheesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of what? Go away. Oh, I feel so strongly the same. Thrust of his spear. Okay. How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us? Get thumbnailed, idiot. Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey, it's just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah, I found him in Babal, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal. And he found it in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babal. Oh, that. Well, I was in Alabasta the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I'd lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure, but I found him in... That's enough, Larry. There's a pool on the Babal side and they connect. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabasta to Babal is... bilateral symmetry. That's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind, for some reason. Even though it was one country when it was built. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. There's a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning is... yeah.
Take that!
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. Up. Two nationalities, one country from the start. Yeah, but they didn't establish that, so it's just strange. It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time. You will stay here with us and wait. This is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. It's an odd place for it. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babali's side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabas. It's so secure. Here's 3 routes. Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool, in the Babali's one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. Then there's a puzzle where you have to get the water level just right. The water reservoirs in the 2 courtyards are connected. Objection! And where is your proof that the 2 sides are connected? Objection! Wet ass baby, dry your baby, dog. Wet ass baby, Your Honor. The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant. What? This blasted doll? Yeah, I'm back. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey, don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me. We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he's just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain. That's a powerful baby. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely the body just happened to have passed on through to Babal. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I can't believe it made it, but he has a point. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose a dead body can swim through a pipe? You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. God damn it. Agent Lang. Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He's realized the flaw in my argument and is helping me move the logic along. Can't it be almost over instead of far from over? In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing. Mr. Cochin's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported in the open-air stage? To the open-air stage. Balloon? Tied a balloon to him? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember? You mean Sheena, right? With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office. Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body? He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage, because from the start there was no feasible method of transporting the body. But we've proved everything else up to that point. Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements. What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babal? A fire? If only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. By draining the pool to put out the fire. Get rid of the water. That's it. Miles, I'm so tired. Was the body wet? It wasn't? Not that I recall. Not really. But if the thing was drained, then yeah. The question is, how did no one see any of this when there's a whole thing happening at the theater? And whatever. I believe this time we really are done, right? It's also 2 a.m. in game. And unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba. You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done. Excuse me? The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. Do I go with this as the water refills, or go with the fire? Let's go with the fire. Take that! Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babali's embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. Things deplete when they are taken. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border. So what? The water level went down? The reservoirs were connected? Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. What if we drained it and looked for signs that had been moved through there? Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical, game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. Like in Pac-Man. I haven't lost you yet. I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat. Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. Ha ha ha, I should have figured out you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep, and there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things. Would that cart float with all that stuff in it? What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will. It looks like you got an answer already. What step ladders, huh? What are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. Yeah, it seems like you should probably have a ladder to get out of a giant deep pool in the middle of your embassy. The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level, if there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. It just automatically fills back up. Is there anything else? It auto-refills.
Take that!
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a matter of speaking. He used the spouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babalee side and the firefighting efforts, these were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body. It's a lot of work for something that's so easily, anyone could be like, what are you doing? And the whole thing falls apart. On both sides. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? Choo-choo. First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it along with the iron input and Mr. Cochin's body into the pool, where it perfectly floated without tipping over. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babal. She then made for the open-air stage pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. And just sat there treading water and no one noticed her? This is getting more implausible the more he explains. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabasta into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more, and she perfectly floated up to the top without issue, and didn't get wet, and everything was fine. And the water level rose up to its original level along with Miss Sheena and the body. The perfect crime. And after that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office, not leaving any tracks in water and what? Huh? There's an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. No! He could have just been like, that's insane, and everyone would be like, yeah, no, that makes no sense. Well, ex-ambassador, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back. You accuse me of moving the body across country lines, but when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me. The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now? Proof, I believe, is what he seeks. Yes, proof. Without any, who's to say whether or not any of what you said really happened? He wants proof? What are we gonna do, Mr. Edgeworth? There is no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. Really? The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. The guitar pick? How does that... But it was already missing from the time of the photo.
Take that!
Which makes this more confusing. What exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Babalee's side will be your undoing. A guitar pick? Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Also, if that's the size of a guitar pick, how big is that hilt, the knife hilt, to have like 6 of those or 5 of those going around? That's huge. Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to, This from the knife thing. But again, it's only missing one, which was what's in the photo. It should be missing two, if one of them fell off. But okay.
Take that!
I'm sure we'll get to that. Let's take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Kochin. On the handle of this knife, there's a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now, let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot. But it was after the murder, I assume? Didn't he say that he was in the theater, then he left, back to Alabast. That's when he was photographed and when the body was moved, which would have been photo, then leave, then body transported. So the photo had to have been taken, right? I guess we don't know when the murder. I don't know. It's a perfect. Because he would have already have to leave where the body would have been transported. So, where the murder happened, but then it wasn't missing the knife. But I assume the petal must have fallen off the flower during Mr. Kochin's murder. So, okay, he was murdered, then the photo was taken. And then it was just with his body. Okay, never mind. I get it. We're good. It was like overcomplicating things. It was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Kochin's body. That's an interesting story, nothing more. Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Why is Matt? He should be like, and? There was a fire that was put out. And the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open air stage's pool. That's objectively not true, but okay. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open air stage area on the Babalese side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through into Babal. Impossible! The people of Zhengfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why? Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning, when you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you. You can't call what you've given a perfect argument. What the fuck now? We've been at this for it's like 6 a.m. in game. You know? I don't think this guy's gonna ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth, because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with are people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. In that case, I've no clue, but used all the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. Final testimony. This really will be the end of the... How... What? What do you... What? Huh? What the fuck? What do you know? How the fuck? Holy shit. There's no way there's that much. It's 3:33 a.m. Make a wish. I'm so tired, boss. You thought people were joking. This was long before they just... What the fuck? What the fuck? What the... Mr. Alba, I request you testify once more. How much is left? Genuinely, I'm asking now. As if there's anything else for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Kochin. It just keeps going. I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. This not only is just long, it's just the pacing just kind of sucks. Because we're just kind of bouncing back and forth and just like answering everything. And it's like, what about this? Okay, answer. What about this? Answer. And it's just like any pacing that the previous cases have is gone. It just, ugh. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis. It's a good thing I brought snacks. I'm gonna need them. I suppose I could tell you about that. Cool concept off pacing. The concept is super neat. It just, the way that they've dragged it out is just... I suppose if I wasn't trying to do it in 2 sittings, it wouldn't be as bad, but also the more you, as a player, space it out, the more you're like, wait, what about these details I forgot about? The game is better if you kind of binge it and do a case in as few sittings as possible, but anyway. Because all I did is watch the Steel Samurai stage show. We just started 5-7. Let's go. Final. Version 3, version 4, version 2 final. Version 3 final. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. Just kept thinking it was almost over. Right, because the game itself is like, all right, this is the last chance. And then they go, okay, but this is the last chance. And it goes, okay, here's the final bit. And then it does it again. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. It says final testimony. Did it? I mean, they've lied before about that. That it's gonna say the true final testimony. I mean, it's the final testimony for Quercus. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's gonna get shot by someone, and they'll be like, "It was me." It's gonna be Lang. All right, you found me. I was the mastermind the whole time. Shit. See, and then I say the pacing sucks, and they pull this song out, and I'm like, now I'm hype again. I watched it from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. Son of a bitch. We're gonna press him. We're gonna press him, and he's gonna give the fucking name of the early summer rain job. He'll be like, oh, when he did that, my heart sang. We'll be like, you weren't there. You weren't there, you son of a bitch. I got you. That's why this has this. That's why we still have this. Holy shit. Okay. You were in the theater, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who's cool. And the Steel Samurai special finishing move today was really something, huh? Oh, thank God she didn't just say it. Edgy, who is she? Who's the super cute girl? 17 years old. Back the fuck off. She's been staying here this whole time, and only now he notices her. Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation. It's time to die. It's time to die. No, this is not Larry being Flanderized. This is how Larry's always been. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yes, okay, I'm Larry, but... Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle, you got it? I know, this is the end of chapter 2 of 7 for that man there. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor, or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. I have no fear I will finish the job. And then we will make out, right here. This really is the endgame, and the time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. Leveled up socially. The Steel Samurai's show. Now watch from the last show. Watch from the last row. The last row. I should think that an ambassador would have had special seating reserved. I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well, so I gave up all the good seats for them. It was enough for me to simply see him. The Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget about the Pink Princess here. My dear madam, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again. Oh my, well aren't you the considerate person when you wanna be? But this young butterfly's on the side of edgy poo, so you can spare me the flirtatious come-ons. Wow, he's completely frozen. In frustration, perhaps. I dare say she can be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alba, can you actually prove that you were watching the show? I swear I was there, but you can't prove it.
Hold it!
Uh-huh. I can prove you weren't there. Are you admitting then that you have no way of proving to us you were watching? Quiet, you buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly till the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way. I see that you're willing to be a bit more receptive now. While it's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was out in the audience, I do remember the contents of the show very well. Is that proof enough for you?
Hold it!
How well? Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice. Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climactic scene of today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well, and that spectacular special move. Which one was it? The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jab. We got him. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever. Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that. Of course I called it, because I've been mad since the moment this part wrapped up and they left this in my inventory. How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear. And today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move? I suppose you're correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me. One of the scenes was I was never before seen early summer rain jab move.
Hold it!
I've been too deep in the games. I've been living in here for years. It was a move that was to be unveiled today. And because I saw that brand new special move, I believe it confirms my alibi. Sometimes the poo brain loops back around into like, hold on. Let me remember this random detail. The only way he's going to protect himself is that he watched the Steel Samurai. I guess this guy really has nothing else left. And to avoid arrest, you can bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there will be no escape for him. Yeah, we'll find a way to bring him to justice. Now then, let's continue with your testimony, Mr. Alba. Very well. The Steel Samurai's special move and the various other scenes. Those moving scenes were seared in this old man's heart. Let me show you. Today will be a day to remember, especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you've committed. What? Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed. You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember this line, don't you? Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all. How am I enjoying it? There's a lot to like about the case, but it's too long. There's been too many parts that could have been streamlined or even cut. There's not a whole lot in this, especially since we booked Sheena and we've been focusing on the ringleader. It's just like not as compelling, and it's been going on for so long. Allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more. That makes you the Steel Samurai, huh? Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose then yes. And I do believe it's about time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang. Kay and myself were also in the audience of the Steel Samurai stage show. He's got nothing on the Jammin' Ninja, but he was still cool enough. Yeah, wasn't my brand new special finishing move totally rad? They're laying it on so thick, in case you forgot. It was you who thought the special move? Yep, now what was it again? Extremely silly rain jab. That was it? No, wait, it was stubble breaking chop. That doesn't sound quite right. How can you forget a move you came up with? The final piece is that he was watching the streamer show. He should be busy killing countrymen up at the time of the show. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Yeah. The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Objection!
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. The samurai spear, what about it? This spear actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? Heh. Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Quercus Alba, you didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? Why couldn't he just be like, oops, I forgot? So if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then it opens up the possibility he was busy killing Mr. Cochin instead. So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. What is so funny? You're so sloppy, and so are your conclusions. I still insist I watched the show, or most of it in any case. What do you mean by most of it? You see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. Old man piss! I assume that was when the dramatic scene was played out on stage. That's the lousiest, lamest excuse I ever heard in my life, pal. Yeah, just because he got the name of the move wrong, we can't use that as proof he didn't watch the show at all. Yeah. I think we all knew that was coming. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I'd wanted to watch the entire show, honest. As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seats for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever. It's personal now. What? Who was that just now? It would be I, young lady. Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Edgy, please hold for a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Samaniac. Steel Samaniac. Okay. What exactly is a Steel Samaniac, pal? I believe you meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one because I'm a Steel Samurai. The Steel Samurai. I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth? It appears the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart. The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Alba directly to the murder of Manny Kochin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what's it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move's a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. It was a secret? Larry? What did you just say? Huh? Oh, I say something stupid again? Did you say that the early summer rain job was actually a secret? Maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before. Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, he threw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. Uh-huh. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. But by that time, I'd already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. A gag order was issued for publicity's sake. It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move. Hold those lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kid's show. Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. How dare you? I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony. So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show. Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quercus Alba. You were the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab, but that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So, just what are you driving at? That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Quercus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. It was your idea, and he incepted it into Larry. You knew the name because you saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The fact Larry comes in and drops multiple critical case begging points, yeah. Him fucking up, making things work out, at least makes him more relevant and more... Like, Oldbag hasn't added nearly as much to the case. But at least Larry's fuck-ups result in information being found out. So... We still haven't gotten back to the hot dogs. It's gonna come into play. The staff members who knew we were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So that means that Alba was there at some point, right? What's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Kochin's murder. The thing.
Take that!
The push cart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. Baby. During the show, the push cart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. How does Edgeworth know this? I know this because they showed us a picture for the video game, but that's fine. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. The body was in there on stage. That's fucked up. That's fun. And then right after the show ended, it went into Alabasta along with the Steel Samurai. He's just a fan. He would know that where they keep props backstage, which means that the only time the killer could have... Also, the green room is not where you would keep a prop. That would actually be in the wings or off stage or backstage. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. The killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Ground. Oh, but wait. What if, and this is just a what if the murder took place right in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping undetected into a private dressing room then would be as simple as pie. The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the pushcart then too. Correct, thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Quercus Alba, during the show you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it. I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Not so fast. What is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier I went to the bathroom. I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions. When I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk, still trying to get out of this. Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, is there anything you can do to stop him? Can I just shoot him? I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room is in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. If Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts. Holy shit, this case. And if we use Little Thief, we can learn some... God. We don't need to do any of that. Let's go. What? Wolfie, how could you? I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else. And they found nothing? Thank Lord Jesus. There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it. I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us. What about a luminol test? They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. And if there's no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us? It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you will excuse me. Swear the second game is nowhere near as bad. I'm very excited to see the second game at some point. Because of you people, I missed my flight. Surely it's a private jet. I don't know. I don't think this dude's flying coach. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one. Balatro reference. It's gonna be Larry again. Who is it this time? Not. Oh, no. She heard me saying she wasn't important to the case. You whippersnappers. First Larry and now you. What is with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust I'm about to cry in. Why did you have to speak up right at this instant? But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up. Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing from you. It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone you know. My special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? Is this. Is the hot dogs. I mean, I said the hot dogs hadn't come up. Uh-huh. Is there something in the box that's like a murder weapon? It's a box of those samurai dogs. Yes! Oh, Edgy Poo here, go on and eat one and you'll feel as right as rain. I've never related more strongly to Edgeworth's face as I do right now. The slow blink is really getting me. Holy shit. Wow, he stopped blinking. Oh, there he goes. Oh. Are we through here? Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you and you're nice and full. It's my dream to serve you some of my homemade food. And I desire everyone to make sure that their beloved never goes hungry, and that's why I don't experience anything. Holy shit. Can't you do anything about her? There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence. But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so bad. How the fuck is that important? This one's not colored in. What does that mean? Wait, a special box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it. Is that what the word for that is? I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. Is it blood? Perfectly in a circle? There it is. The red sun on this fan is filled in. It's not. Is it possible? Could it be? I'm so tired. After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there is no such thing as a Hinomaru dog. For some reason. Hinomaru. The flag of Japan. It's officially called, according to Wikipedia, it's called the Nishoki, but it's more commonly known in Japan as the Hinomaru, which is Ball of the Sun. The official name is Flag of the Sun. Alright. Well, great. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this red sun may just be what we needed to point us in the right direction. A present? The studio bigwigs were supposed to pay delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs so they put them spills in. I found them all in a pushcart just to move them. I'm putting it all together now, finally. I believe you understand what this means. If you killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we found them all, the way of the truth will be revealed. Into my brain. The boxes were sitting in the pushcart, but they had to put the body in there. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. And then the dogs were on the floor, got blood up. That which should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing samurai dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. Who took the dogs out? Who? How's the case still going? It's still fucking going, as long as the red substance turns out to be what I believe it is to be. Wendy, old bag. I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Edgy Poo! Mr. Edgeworth, you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room. How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. Thank you, asshole. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence. That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good. You're bluffing. Oh ho. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fangs we need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs is gonna put the old man away? The trace evidence that will bring him down? Why, it's here, of course. It's the only thing that we've been talking about. Yeah. This box of dogs with a Hinomaru fan on it, this should never have existed. I want you all to take a look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. Huh? What? Blood, you say? Agent Lang, I like this blood analyzed post-haste. I got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. I've become the Joker. Hey, you, get this down to the lab pronto. Why was there blood on that box to begin with? If we think about the flow of the crime, then the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct? Yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean. So I had to make sure everyone could see him. I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart. If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly, and that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there, because embassy staff members had already confiscated them. Yep, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Old Bag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Old Bag also managed to put this great thief to shame. What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal, I received it from myself. Quercus Alba, I say this was one very fatal oversight on your part. What now? What now? Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however. How can he still be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this? Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what? So, Mr. Edgeworth, sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet. The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime, that alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room. And you say that like it means something. Huh? Excuse me, sirs. My money's on it's not Cochin's blood, but it is Alba's blood, because this has been in our evidence too. And that's gonna prove that he was attacked in there, and it also proves that it wasn't self-defense when he killed the mask, so it's gonna go all together. It's everything. Anytime they put something in evidence, I'm like, why is that in evidence? I get suspicious of it. Report. What were the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. Whose blood is it? Oh, that's the only test we did. I knew it, but this Quercus Alba... Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question. Your question? The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make? Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was in that dressing room. I'm chewing on the game's cartridge. It doesn't prove that I'm your killer, does it? I'm taking it out of the DS that's inside my PC. He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer. Then, this evidence, it's meaningless? That can't be. We're so close, sir. I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's got to be something we can do. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. Why not let the guy finish talking? I can't think of a single thing. Now, if you'll excuse me. Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It wasn't me, pal. And it wasn't me this time either. It wasn't me either. It was me. It was Missile. He's coming with a gun and he shoots the ambassador and we all go home. There's a parade. Why did you? Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more? What? Hurry up and spit it out. Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned, it's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood. What? No. Huh. What? What? What do you mean it's not the same type? What do you mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. Neither do I. He. My, what an amusing turn of events. But Larry's like, oh yeah, I had a really bad nosebleed earlier. I should have mentioned that. That blood drop proved something to be true, all right, namely my words. And which one of your words would that be? The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. But we know that someone bled in there during the show, so... Need I remind you the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy? What sort of nonsense? Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder. So you would like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then? I guess that's possible. Damn it. Have we been wasting our time on a red herring? The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough. Quercus Alba, you bastard. Holy shit. Language. Well deserved, but still. Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you, and now you have your answers. Let me through. Yeah, but it doesn't matter where you run off to. You'll never escape me. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that that day comes. Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt. Yaroo! Is this really the extent? I'm just thinking quietly, like, is this the extent of all we can do? Is the blood really from someone unrelated to the case, or is there another possibility someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed in the corner, it is I who's been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he, who can turn any desperate situation around, do? Turn it around? That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this? It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. He's still overthinking it. And if I think about it this way, if the blood had gone to the box when the body was being placed into the push cart, the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there's only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids I was removed from center stage. I'll be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. He's just admitting he's going to the underworld. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me. Dude's doing a lot of gloating. Ravens are diurnal. Ravens are diurnal. Say it louder, chat. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful? How so? Quercus Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who's trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful's the perfect word to describe you. How many times have they gone from silence to triumphant music? This song. Like 80 times in the last 5 hours. Mere words! What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm tired, boss. What do you think it means? What do you think it means? We had already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful definitive piece of evidence. Eartha, Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence? The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood. We know it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good. Then I believe you are already aware of what I mean. And you know who the blood belongs to? Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. This is Quercus. Take that! The blood is red, so this box belongs to you, Quercus. Grr! What? I'm fucking tired. Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? It's not even a victim. The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer. So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim, then there's only one other person it could belong to. And that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion. But Mr. Cochin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? What if during the murder, Mr. Cochin had fought back? You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cochin managed to wound Mr. Alba? And I believe we have piece of evidence that proves he was bleeding then. He was probably bleeding. Probably.
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound. That was from when the Mask 2 attacked me with a pair of scissors. And what happened way after that happened way after he was in the dressing room. But is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors? You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility. You're one to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal. I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing. You believe I've overlooked something. I'm so fucking tired. You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right? That is correct. I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you would propose that such a weapon came from. This theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort. Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the Alabastian knife in a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort. But as long as you can't prove what that other way is, all your talk about Mr. Cochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. All I have to do is look at the wound. If it doesn't match what he proposed. Surely that's enough. If that other way does exist, you better hurry and tell me now. To be continued. With pleasure. Wait, what? This piece of evidence shows how Mr. Cochin brought a weapon into this theater. Why? I don't know. All the last things have been like, done, got it. How Cochin brought, oh, he had the fucking knife.
Take that!
He had the okay, all right, good. Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key. That key. That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it's very unique in that it's both a key and a knife. Meaning, that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. Groo! You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you, therefore you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe there was a document about Kodopian paper, signed by Mr. Cochin, in order to make it look like Mr. Cochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring. You had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quercus Alba? Shall we? If he goes ha ha ha, I swear to fucking God. And that is what some may call the coup de grace. Impossible. You can't take me down. Swine, all of you. Especially Manny Cochin. This is all because of that man's betrayal. Holy shit, we did it, chat. We did it. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador, which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all of my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Yatagarasu's card and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors. He said the thing. He said the thing. It was all Scooby-Doo. Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there's one more question I forgot to ask. This country's or Alabast's, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you. Oh, he's exploding. What is happening to him? Oh, he's friendly again. Curse of Ra upon you. Phew, this is it, the big day. Mr. Alba's trial today. Holy shit. What if we have to go to court and argue everything again? And next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Franziska's heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it. Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir. Ugh, I don't even want to think of what that would be like. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents. Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all the incidents. Camille Boobs was to provide support during smuggling ops using her job as an attendant. and Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor. Oh, go you airlines, even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir? I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world. It sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. I want to pull. If there's no mod to grab that, let me know I can grab it. Who's the scrappy dude? Larry Oldbag or Gumshoe or K? How dare you make any of them in the even... Well, let me go back. Investigate 2? What is it, detective? Nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it. Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir. I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano's been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society. Well, with the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh? I suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Mac Rell. Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today. You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir? CCU and Dade, man. Perhaps now these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. Larry is Scooby's cousin, not his nephew. What? By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Polano. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you. What, seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them, don't tell me they're just coupons, sir. Larry, there's a Larry, dude. Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Codopia again, its economy has changed. Really? And it seems that Ambassador Polano has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Codopia. But what a pity. Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay. Wait, that's not what I said. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here? He definitely knows that she's there and he's doing a game. There's no way. Hey, you gotta be more alert than that. Eek! I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit. I totally didn't notice you realized that voice was you. Lang Z says ferocious love blooms with each new spring. Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. And out of court? Is that so, Agent Lang? We've flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zhang Fa's finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you. So I just want to say, thanks. I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Edgeworth. I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case. Tch, a shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong, I'll still never forgive you prosecutors, and I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. Hasn't he said many times that he wants to... Well, anyway, it's fine. I'm sure we'll learn his backstory eventually, maybe. Okay, I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change, you got that? I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job. Yeah, if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm gonna get that person no matter what. All right. It's about time for the trial to start. I'll see you later. I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir. Just... It's so canon. I'll help throw some around when Edgeworth wins. Hope you got enough. I mean, they don't typically throw the confetti when the prosecution wins. Whatever. Hope you got enough because I'm gonna go call my men up as well. A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom and the final act of this long tale begins. I'll get to the poll when I can. The legend of the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. And to that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that is all we prosecutors are. And that is because of my ace attorney investigations. And now I no longer think. Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rising.
Objection!
He did it! We did it. Uh-huh. Remember that? Remember his big old book of law? I am really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Little German boy's got another steak. About my suitcases, I've been selling them on the internet, and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern, the airline has chosen me to design their new line of Go You Jumbo Jets. Oh god. Just think, someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. Oh. Oh. Oh, good. Oh, dear. Get out of here, you. Yeah. I was hoping they were gonna freeze frame with him upside down. Edgeworth, that rudeness of a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But more importantly, I received the most fantastic treasure recently. The Primiduct statue of the Principality of Cordopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the Ambassador Polena was most generous. Get fucked. Get him. We finally caught Agent Hicks's killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Cordopian courts await. Yeah, that's Sal. He was there the whole time. Cordopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find new vigor there. Yeah. Oh my god. Forgot about Wild West Town. This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir. Oh. I thought I was safe since we found the gun I dropped. But I had noticed that I dropped my police badge too. I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life is suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles, man. He means Ezra. Okay. I hope he shows up in investigations too as a criminal. Good ending? Question mark? Emma! I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. But I've got to get going and return to Europe, TM. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm gonna do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him, scientifically. The power of science. She never did. I guess she didn't team up with Miles, no. That's funny. Nope, you're gonna be a detective. Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon. But that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center, well, when he's on guard duty, he has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Badump. Stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? Is she talking about when you're in the detention center and there's a guard in the background just standing there as a brick wall? She got a crush on that dude? That's great. Understand. He has a husband. It appears there are all sorts of drama that takes place outside the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but
Apparently, Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be a good time. Hey, Seth, thanks for the raid. We just finished the video game. Welcome, welcome. Uh-huh. Yeah? Is he not a lawyer? I mean, he's a judge now. I don't know. Phew, I barely escaped death yet again.
Yeah, but boy, are we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh?
Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job.
Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You still got me.
You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm gonna pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Ooh, this is actually kind of fun. Janet Shue, the goat. Where's Mistle's epilogue? How's the dog doing? Why not come to Codopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. Then we had a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. It will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help in creating our latest attraction. Starting actual fires. That's in bad taste, yeah. Yeah. Stop making crimes attractions. No. Hey, Larry. I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell Blue Ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcake hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun, I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. No. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot or at all really, but... Oh, so I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in a blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up. Well, next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs.
Phoenix doesn't deserve that.
He forgot his name, yeah. Can I prevent him from coming back? Yep.
I gave testimony in court today as a member of the Yatagarasu. Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered.
By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving?
They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. The biggest boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring.
Lang Zi says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. Just keep eating poison. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet.
Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder?
I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror. Just the beard? Okay. Alright. How's the bullet one, by the way? Right? Right? No. I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 days. No one cares. Talk about busy. But it's alright because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Skip. Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. I've been an alien and then some creepy fuzzy pink animal, and then I was the Pink Princess, a great hero of justice. So he's gonna be how shine my head. As was fashion at the time. I my own costume. Those just sound like a terrible idea. Okay. Alright. Okay. Restraining order.
Whoop! I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir.
Yeah, nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom.
Mr. Edgeworth's always 10 times fiercer in court.
Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Franziska and Agent Lang.
So what are your plans now, Kay?
Well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. I know, maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant.
You still try to steal my job, pal?
Just kidding, I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy.
Oh, what a relief.
Kay? Yeah? Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief? Of course! But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu, so I'm gonna hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own.
A 3-person team?
A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me if possible. With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need. My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. And valuable artifacts. I'm gonna work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed. Let's both strive for such a future. Women. Kay, Trucy, and Fanny. I guess it's time for me to get going. Just like a Charlie's Angels getup. I see.
Kay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in. If you could, I'd appreciate if you came in through the building's front door. Trucy's a baby right now. Is she? I mean, she's younger. I'm trying to remember how, because it's before the time skip to Apollo. So yeah, it's probably young. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken for forever. She's not even born. Right. One thing before I go, let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us.
Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one.
No. Hey, why not?
Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course not, Detective. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir.
He's doing the dog track race. Detective Gumshoe. Hey, stop that. I can't be seen doing that. Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese. Yay. Show me that wonderful picture. And thus the long tale of the KG-8 incidents came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax. For I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. It's a lot of words. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. Yay! Yay! Yippee! Ah! He's worried about getting stabbed in the eye by her hair key. Yippee! We did it. Holy shit, that final case. Ugh! God damn it. We did it. Yay! Unlocked in the gallery. Oh, good. We did it, shit. Owlbeard Guide's like 2 months old. He's a baby. There was final testimony. I'm gonna wrap it up. Thanks so much for joining me on this goddamn journey. Now do it again. No. We'll do 2 at some point. I need to flush my brain with no more investigations, except maybe I'll stream Duck Detective, which just came out. That'll be a different pace though. Anyway, no. The poll. Yo. Thank you for the hammy win slash. And now for the final case. Final case. We did it. There's a lot of stupid detective games, because being a stupid detective is fun. Documentation. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't go through all this. I'm so fucking tired. What you could do is you could buy Ace Attorney Investigations Collection, available on PC and console, and then go through all this at your leisure. There's a lot of them. There's a bunch of them. Oh, she's fucking scamping. Creature. Come on. The spoilers for game 2. Oh yeah, that makes sense. All right. Then we won't. Then we won't. Yeah, I think there's characters there we haven't seen. Get them out of there. Anyway. Thanks so much, Rain. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna wrap it up. I'll be back on Sunday with something else. But this was fun, even though that case was too much. Like, there's been a bunch of Ace 30 games that have the final case go on longer than necessary. Because, like, Tom's playing Yakuza super fast. Ooh, that's not good. I'm always down to raid the Tom. Thank you. It feels like a lot of Ace 30 games make their final case just extra, oh my god, what now? To make it feel like a climax. But I'm like, it's already a narrative and emotional climax when it's paying off these things they set up in earlier cases. I don't think it also needs to be really long to feel like a climax. This was by far the most egregious of any. There's been many examples in the past, but this is like the worst one yet for just like, oh my god. I mean, they could have done the stuff with the ringleader. It just went on for so long. It did not need like, what, like 2 to be continues after that point? It wasn't even... what also gets me is like nothing he did was that clever either. There was just 74% of chat said that Larry is the scrappy dude. Good. Thank you. Like there weren't too many moments. Most of my, oh my god, what if this and this and this, a lot of that was earlier. There wasn't as much with his. It was a lot of like, oh okay. That, like, the blood on the hot dog box was probably the most what the fuck. But there were sillier moments earlier in the case. So it's like, that made it feel like it wasn't ramping up as much. It's just like, okay, we're just proving things and he's kind of counteracting that. It's just more. We didn't feel like we were making progress for a lot of it, so that's why I'm like, I wasn't crazy about it. But there was still stuff I enjoyed about Case 5. Again, the whole concept of the diplomatic immunity, the extraterritorial rights, the warring embassies is a weird idea, and they did fun stuff with that. There was fun stuff in it, and just the game in general. I did enjoy it. I'm excited to play Investigations too, whenever I get around to it. Whenever there's a good empty chunk of time in the schedule, and I feel like I want to do it. We'll check out 2. I'm excited, because people said that 2's better. So, and there's clear stuff they can improve on. But like, as I said in the earlier streams of this, I really like the structure and pacing of this. It feels like they're able to bounce back and forth between investigation and the combative, you know, provide evidence and testimony and go through statements like you're in court. It works well. I just fell apart in that final case because it was too much, but yeah, it's good. Gotcha. Yeah, eventually we'll get back to Grace's turn. We'll get back. We'll get to that, which I'm excited for because that's what Shu Takumi wanted to do, and I'm excited to see what he wanted to do. So we'll get there. Anyway, let me get caught up. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for lurking and whatever. Yelling at me. Thanks for helping me when I was stumped because this game makes my brain mush. Also, this game having the whole put logic together was a fun mechanic, but it's like it felt like a third of the time the logic made me think about things like how are these things connected. Another third, it was what's 1 + 1? It's 2. And the other third was, how are these things related? So it's like, I don't love the mechanic. It feels like most of my revelations just came from the typical Ace Attorney, like listening to what people are saying, going through the evidence, be like, wait, that in this context means this. When I think there was more of an opportunity to use that logic, but I love the idea that his superpower is logic. That's just fun. But as a game mechanic, I'm like, I'm not crazy about the execution of it, but I don't know what would make it better. It's more about the writing and design of the puzzles. So it's hard to say. And also because like everyone's different. Some people are going to pick up on a thing and be like, wait, that means that these things are connected. And some people are going to be like, what the hell are you talking about? So you can't make it too obvious. You can't make it too obscure, which is why it's funny whenever they're like, it's this. And they keep talking conversation about the name of his special move. Wait, did you know? If he didn't see that, what was the name of his move? Was that what it was? Like they like lay it so thick for a thing that I figured out an hour ago. And then other times they're like, well, what if we just take a 180 and then say, okay, quiz time. What do you think? And I'm like, you threw everything I thought was the case out of the window. What? I don't know. I have nothing. So it's just like, I don't know. Just kind of how it goes. It's mostly testimony, that too. Around time making the investigation like when they turn on the testimony. Yeah, the final case doesn't have a whole lot of unique locations. I was worried they're gonna have us actually walk around in the stage and the backstage, and I was like, that's too much. Yeah, the fact that it was almost all testimony and dialogue, but also the structure of it being, what about this? Smack it away, no. What about this? Smack it away, no. What about this? Oh no, smack it away, no. It was just that over and over and over again. It didn't feel like we were getting closer to the truth. Even though we were, it just, the structure and pacing of that was just, if they took out 3 or 4 of those what about this and simplified the case a bit more, it would have just been a much kind of tighter thing, but... Also, Lane got shot in the leg, and he was fine. Anyway, Anonymous gifted that sub earlier to Boops, Mowo. So thanks for all the bits. Imagine 2B went home and laughed her ass off. They were spending all day hanging around Edgeworth in Case 3. Calling her 2B is very fun. Scaredy, thanks for the raid. Also, thanks for the bits. If you try to wear the coat, Edgeworth tries to have Gumshoe wear it. And then Sheena bullies Gumshoe. Comes to Sazad, thanks for her soup. You did it. You out to Kumide's attorney. Ain't no way. Blue on the run, thanks for 7 months. Good luck, have fun. Hime Ryolu, thanks for 35. Zul, between bad dodging her whip with Ultra Instinct and Lang catching it, Princess gets nerfed a lot. Lang catching the whip was peak. That was excellent. That was so good. Catus Magus, thanks for 73. And a tier 2. A genuine galaxy brain moment. Sometimes I can put a thing together. The problem is when I put together a theory that I'm like, that makes perfect sense, and I'm wrong, then it gets really hard for me to think outside of that box. So I'm glad that I'm glad that my theories today were mostly true or were just the correct answer. It's because whenever I'm like, no, this points to this and it's wrong, I'm like, but that made sense to me. It's tough. So glad that didn't happen too much there. Dave Case, thanks for 67. Miles Man, what in the world is happening? Solemn, thanks for 39. She crossed my boat till I prima ducks. Shelly the Killer, with that being established, Jessica Alba's the Ambassador Alba's name was Carnage on Red. Mega Club, thanks for 17 months. No, you weren't even born there. Chunky and Bogus France. MD Major was 81 months. Thank you. Take a shot every time Quarkus Alba mentions his extraterritorial rights. Legal disclaimer, do not do this. Impia, thanks for soup. HD videotape did exist. It's true. Ozul, thanks for 50 bits. Not only is Alba kind of boring, he also has zero connection to the cast. Yeah. He's also just not as compelling of a villain as Sheena. Not just because of his connections, but just like kindly old man who's like, actually, what do you have on me? It's just kind of like, okay. I've seen that before. I'm 100% convinced the Presto music was created purely to let players know, yes, the old man is finally almost done yapping. There's just so many moments where they just ramp up the music and then they make it quiet and then they ramp it up again and they make it, it's just like, you can only use that knob so many times before I'm like, I'm no longer feeling things when you play the banger music. Remember when Ezra had to make a serious decision about whether or not the legality of a piece of evidence? Remember when that was treated like it was an important character-defining moment? Yeah. Yeah, the illusion of choice. It was a neat moment, and I'm glad that chat didn't spoil it. I didn't see anyone that was just like, it doesn't matter. I'm glad I thought. I was like, no, I think Miles should stand up for his convictions. And he's like, actually, what is the law? Just like, that seemed kind of out of character. They justified it. I can't be that mad about it. Just feels a little bit out of character for him. Mako, thanks for the $1. Hope you enjoy this wild ride. Basically, this team's first game. It's the first game syndrome. Can't wait for it to start 2. Really one of the best games in the entire series. They perfected the gameplay and story just in their second game. And I'm excited to get to it at some point. It'll be a little bit, but hopefully not super duper long. We'll see. Sephiran, thanks for the raid. Ozil, thanks for the bits. Can I post a link that you'd like if you want to watch really quick? If it's a video, then I will watch it after stream, which is fortunately very soon. There you go. And Windslash, thanks for the hammy. The final case. It's only about 20 seconds. It's not about the length of it. It's just kind of, I don't know. It's a Hi-Am Daisy comic dub of Easter Investigations. Nice. I don't know Hi-Am Daisy did a Easter Investigations comic. Sweet. Appreciate it. I'll watch that later. Thank you. Let me go find someone to raid. No, Katie mentioned that Tom is gonna be streaming or is streaming. I don't know if he's already live yet. I do see that Dan is streaming. I know we just raided him recently, but also, well, let me take a look. It is Friday night, and a lot of people are streaming. Oh, he's on RPG. Oh, he's on RPG Limit Break. Oh, well, shit.
No promises.
Yep. Not yet, but he's up soon. Not for another hour. Okay, gotcha. Then we'll raid Dan. But if you're not already following RPG Limit Break, go root on Tom, who's going to be on there pretty soon. That's really exciting. I didn't realize that was today. Sweet. Thank you. Let's go wish Dan a happy Friday night. Or whatever. I don't know. Didn't we already raid him with Urethra? I don't know if I want to do that again. Yeah, go check out RPG. They do good stuff. Happy extraterritorial rights. Yep. Yeah, we did. Double Urethra? Okay, alright. Alright, if you want a double Urethra raid, you can. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. This is a lot of fun. I really enjoy running through these games on stream. It's a lot of fun for me. Even the poo brain and some frustrations aside, it's a fun time. So thanks for joining me. I gotta rest my fucking throat. Whenever they had like Lang and Bad talking to each other, I'm like, oh no, all the gruff voices I'm trying to do talking to each other back to back. So anyway, see ya. Have a good one. Get the fuck out of here. God made urethra, not urethra. Why they call it urethra but not me-rethra? I'm gonna stop saying words. Goodbye, good night, have a good one. Thanks for hanging. I'm gonna go, and I'll be back on Sunday. Get out of here. You're always saying this. Sorry, don't apologize. It's fine. Not too rethra. Goodbye. Dan's doing a oot rando, by the way. I should mention that. It's gonna be fun. Thanks for watching, File Watchers. Hope you're good. Hope you're fine after that doozy of a final case. Appreciate you watching and hanging and joining. And have a good one. See you next time. Or not. You know, do whatever you want.